Welcome, laced in chains. It's good to see you. Um, so I've been covering these these horrible incidents that have been taking place lately. But and the mall incident that took place yesterday in Greenwood, Indiana. Um, as tragic as it was, that ended in a way that I felt is probably the best way for that to end. But I'm thinking in the sense of uh, hopefully we get some justice for some of these things. Now, the Parkland incident took place back in, I want to say 2018. Um, and it was he was charged with the premeditated murder of 17 people and the attempted murder of 17 others. um yeah, it was 2018, sorry. So um last fall he pled guilty, Nicholas Cruz, who's now 23. So now it's up to a jury to find out whether or not he is going to get the death penalty, or if he is going to have to spend the rest of his life in prison. One way or the other, we're going to get justice, just depending on what you consider justice to be. So one way or the other, I mean, even if he gets sentenced to life in prison, he's not going to have the possibility of parole. That's just not going to happen. um to bring you up to speed a little bit, as far as this Nicholas Cruz. Uh, there's a deeply troubling portrait of Mr. Cruz, and it immediately emerged right after the incident. Um, Public record, social media posts, interviews with people who know him. Uh, and he was 19 at the time, but he had a clear history of mental health issues and behavioral problems, and a fascination with guns. The authorities had missed several opportunities to intervene in his life as it unraveled. We've been seeing that a lot lately, as a matter of fact. Law enforcement dropping the ball. Um, his parents had adopted him when his biological mother gave him up after he was born. She played absolutely no role in his upbringing, but her extensive criminal and drug abuse history is expected to come up in the trial. Records show that his behavior worsened after difficult times in his life. He found his father dead at home of heart disease in 2004. He learned he was adopted when he was 15. His mother died of pneumonia in 2017, just months before the shooting. Uh, he had struggled in school since kindergarten and exhibited aggression since middle school. His mother told officials he had been diagnosed with ADHD, autism, and obsessive compulsive disorder. In 2016, he told another student that he had a gun at home and was thinking of using it, prompting two guidance counselors and a sheriff's deputy to conclude that he should be forcibly committed for psychiatric evaluation, but he never was, despite making threats to himself and others. Now, in Florida, there is something called the Baker Act. The Baker Act basically dictates that if you are a danger to yourself or others, you are to be forcibly committed into a psychiatric facility for observation for a period of no less than 72 hours. Uh, he fell under these. Obviously, if there's a threat, what you do is you get a court order, and under the Baker Act, you commit this person forcibly to get observation. And the fact that he made open threats to himself and other people, and this didn't happen, means that somebody absolutely dropped the ball. He briefly attended an alternative school for students with emotional problems where he thrived, but he wanted to return to Stoneman Douglas. He did well there for some time, but his behavior eventually worsened and he declined to receive therapeutic care once he turned 18. By February 2017, failing grades forced him to withdraw. 3 days later, he bought the semi-automatic rifle that he would use in the shooting. The police were repeatedly called to his residences, but said they never found enough reason to arrest him. The FBI mishandled the investigation of tips about his interest in school shootings. After Nicholas's mother died, a friend of hers promised to take care of him and his brother. The friend kicked Mr. Cruz out after less than a month, having called 911 on him 3 times, in large part because he wanted to keep guns. He was living with a schoolmate's family at the time of the shooting. Before the massacre, he recorded 3 videos on his cell phone that indicated that, like other young perpetrators of mass shootings, he wanted to be remembered. We see this a lot, people. The Parkland school shooting occurred near dismissal time on the afternoon of February 14th, 2018. Mr. Cruz slipped into the high school through an open pedestrian gate. He carried a rifle bag stuffed with a semi-automatic rifle and more than 300 rounds of ammunition and walked into Building 12, also known as the Freshman Building. Once inside, as he loaded his rifle, he happened across a student. "You better get out of here," he warned him. "Something bad is about to happen." Then he began to shoot. His rampage, which lasted just under 6 minutes, took the lives of 14 students and 3 faculty members. Killed in the shooting were Alyssa Aldef, 14, Scott Beigel, 35, Martin Duke, 14, Nicholas Doret, 17. Everybody's last name is hard to pronounce here, folks. I apologize. Aaron Feiss, 37, Jamie Gutenberg, 14, Christopher Hickson, 49, Luke Hoyer, 15, Cara Loughran, 14, Gina Montalto, 14, Joaquin Oliver, 17, Elena Petty, 14, Meadow Polak, 18, Helena Ramsey, 17, Alex Schachter, 14, Carmen Schentrup, 16, and Peter Wang, 15. Nicholas killed the 17 victims and injured 17 others without entering a single classroom. Instead, he took aim at students and teachers trapped in the hallways or locked inside classrooms, shooting at them from the door. Several times, he returned to people who he had already wounded to shoot them dead. He left the school undetected and was arrested about an hour later, walking down a residential street. The shooting began a national gun control movement fueled by student activists. The Florida legislature adopted some restrictions, which Rick Scott, the Republican governor at the time, signed into law. The state investigative commission found that there were failures on the part of authorities on the day of the shooting, including that 8 sheriff's deputies ignored protocol for active shooters that called for pursuing the gunman to try to disarm him. A sheriff's deputy faces criminal charges. Scott Peterson, the only armed sheriff's deputy at the school when the massacre began, took cover outside rather than charging inside. Mr. Peterson, who was fired, was charged with multiple felony counts of child neglect. A trial is scheduled to begin next February. He has said he did not confront the gunman because he did not know where Mr. Cruz was or whether he was firing from inside or outside the building. His lawyers have also argued that he should not be held criminally responsible for any lack of training or clear policy direction from his former boss, Sheriff Scott Israel, whom the state removed from his position following the shooting. Rightfully so. In a sworn deposition last year, Mr. Israel said it was reasonable for Mr. Peterson not to know where the gunman was. I don't think at any point he should have known precisely unless he sees the killer, where the killer is firing from, Mr. Israel said, according to an excerpt released by Mr. Peterson's lawyer. Mr. Israel later told the South Florida Sun Sentinel that he still thought Mr. Peterson should have figured out Mr. Cruz's approximate location and gone into the building to try to disarm him. Other trials related to the shooting are also pending. Robert W. Runcie, the school superintendent in Broward County, Florida, at the time of the Parkland massacre, came under withering condemnation for what critics said was the district's failure to properly monitor and address Nicholas Cruz's behavior. Some of the victims' families tried to force Mr. Runcie's firing, an effort that failed in a 6-3 vote of the school board in March 2019. 2 of the votes against him were cast by victims' relatives who had been elected to the board after the shootings. 2 years later, Mr. Runcie was arrested as part of a criminal investigation into the shootings and resigned from his $357,600 a year job. He was charged with felony perjury for lying to a grand jury investigating possible failures in following school-related safety laws and mismanaging funds solicited for school safety initiatives. The Florida Department of Law Enforcement announced prosecutors say he contacted witnesses to prepare for his grand jury testimony and then lied about it. The authorities also arrested Barbara J. Myrick, the district's general counsel, on a felony charge of disclosing secret proceedings of the grand jury investigating the Parkland shootings. Both Mr. Runcie and Ms. Myrick pleaded not guilty to the charges and negotiated handsome exit compensation packages from the school district, his for almost $755,000, hers for $226,349. They have pleaded that's disgusting. They have pleaded not guilty and their trials are pending. Mr. Runcie went on to become the interim leader of Chiefs for Change, an advocacy group whose aim is to improve school safety around the country. Wow. A long trial is expected. A high-profile trial is expected to be an emotional proceeding that could last several months. Jury selection alone took nearly 3 months. Under Florida law, a death sentence would require a unanimous jury. If a single juror disagrees, the gunman would be sentenced to life. So there's a good chance that this guy's actually going to walk away from this as far as the death penalty goes. He's going to serve life in prison without the possibility of parole. But there's a good chance that there's a better chance of that happening than people finding him guilty by death penalty. So people, I'm at a loss for words on this, man. I really am, honestly. This kid clearly had mental health issues, and I think that that's what's going to end up getting him the life sentence instead of the actual death penalty. And I'm not sure how I feel about it, if I'm being completely honest. I feel like the system failed this guy and failed everyone. The system is, in my personal opinion, based on what I just read there, I feel that the system is just as accountable as he is. Honestly, he should have been locked up. He should have been evaluated. I mean, and I'm from Florida. You know, I grew up in Miami-Dade County. Back when I grew up there, it was just called Dade County. They changed it to Miami-Dade County, and I grew up there, and that is just, 20 minutes. I literally, actually, I grew up 15 minutes from the county line to Broward, from Miami-Dade County to the county line to Broward. You drive from Miami Lakes north to Broward, and you're in Pembroke Pines. 15 minutes tops. So things aren't very different from where I was to where this took place. And you're just looking at a lot of dirty behavior coming from administration that refuses to take any accountability for their end of how things should have went down. I had no idea that a school superintendent made six figures. I had no idea that a school superintendent made that much money, especially within 300,000 in the range of $300,000 a year. That's crazy to me. That's crazy. Considering how the school system is in Florida, me being a product of the school system in Florida. Now, there are other people who are good products of the school system in Florida. I particularly am not. But sorry about that, folks. A little bit of technical issues there. Yeah, I see that Cherry is in the chat and she's saying that she does not agree with the death penalty. Typical liberal stance. Just fucking with you, Cherry. But yeah, there are innocent people who get put to death. The system is not perfect. The system is far from perfect. But there are people who simply deserve to die for the things that they do, in my opinion. Some people feel like an eye for an eye only leaves everyone blind. I get that philosophy too. I'm not saying that I agree with it because I don't necessarily. I think some people, they're just not doing us any good. Economically speaking, I don't think somebody who is just pure evil should be I don't think that anybody who's just pure evil and their acts are just pure evil should be my tax dollars should not go to supporting them, giving them 3 squares, and a bed to sleep in every single night. I don't care how rough their prison time is. I don't care about any of that. I just don't think that we should be supporting bad people to live the rest of their lives, because basically what we're doing is we're financially supporting them. This not much different than having somebody sleeping on your couch and eating your food. And why? Because they decided to not play by the rules and decide to make up their own rules in society and hurt people and murder people. So I think it's easier just to get rid of them. I think it's economically more viable to just simply get rid of them. So I mean, I'm gonna play the opening statements here. So his trial to decide whether or not he gets the death penalty or whether or not he gets life in prison, Nicholas Cruz, whether or not he gets life in prison without the possibility of parole, and whether or not he gets the death penalty will be decided based on what happens in this trial.
Of Parkland school shooter Nicholas Cruz is underway. We're going to take you live to the courtroom now where the state is making its opening statement.
And the Uber driver picked up the defendant to bring him to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School from 7200 Loxahatchee
So he took an Uber.
72 Loxahatchee Road was the home of Kimberly and James Sneed and their son, J.T. Sneed. J.T. Sneed was a friend of the defendants. They both went to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School together. They were both a member of the JROTC together. And a short time after Thanksgiving of 2017, the defendant came to live with the Sneeds. He had his own bedroom, He was attending school. He was working at the Dollar Tree. The Sneeds took the defendant in and offered him a place to live. Why? The defendant's adopted mother passed away November 1st, 2017. The defendant needed a place to live. The Sneeds made the offer. Defendant moved in with them.
And these are good people, obviously. I
And it
mean,
was
his
a
father
short
died of a
time
heart attack.
after
He found his
Thanksgiving.
father's body.
These murders happened when? February the 14th.
And then his mother dies of
2000.
pneumonia. This
And
kid had it
18.
hard.
On this particular, and when the defendant arrived at Marjorie Stoneman High School on Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018, he had been planning to be a school shooter long before he moved in with the Sneeds and long before his mother passed away. On this particular Wednesday, on this particular Valentine's Day.
Now, this is interesting to me, folks, because the way that I'm seeing this right now, I don't know personally. I have no opinion yet whether or not this kid deserves the death penalty. I have not formed an opinion on this just yet, honestly, if I'm 100% honest. And if I'm being 150% honest, right now, I'm leaning towards life in prison without the possibility of parole. Even though he may have been planning this prior, that doesn't change the fact that he was failed by the system. It doesn't change the fact that the system dropped the ball. So in my mind, where I'm at currently right now, we'll see where this goes. This trial is going to happen. It's going to go on. But I'm of the opinion currently so far that the system owes him something. The system owes him something. They failed short in getting him help. And they failed these victims. So now, on the other hand, what will what will keeping him alive all this time do? What will imprisoning him for life do? What good will it do? Are we going to evaluate this person and understand him a little bit better? What's there to understand? Let's be honest here. What's there to really understand? That he had homicidal thoughts, that he was pissed off at the world. He had all these problems from the time that he was a child, ADHD, obsessive compulsive disorder. And we're talking OCD. We're talking like people just throw the term OCD around. They're like, oh, well, you know, my socks have to match, so I'm OCD. No, OCD. I knew a guy who was real OCD. This is a guy who, when he was driving, he had to pump his brakes 3 or 4 times. When he pulled out his cigarettes, he had to open and close the pack a certain amount of times before he pulled a cigarette out, because he felt like he would die if he didn't. Like the world would be chaotic if he didn't do that. That's as far as I understand how OCD actually works. I'm not a mental health expert. I don't know, but it's not the way people, oh, well, I like things clean, so I'm OCD. No, that's not OCD. OCD is somebody who literally thinks that the world is going to crumble around them if they don't stick to certain routines in every little thing that they do. I have little weird OCD quirks, but I wouldn't consider myself to be OCD. I'm not a clean freak. I'm a clean freak about certain things. But there are other things that I'm just like, whatever, But there's also things like my television. This is something I'll I don't know why it is, but my television, my volume on my TV has to be on an odd number. That's weird. I get that that's weird, but for some reason, I cannot have my TV on an even number on, It has to be on and preferably 33. Now, what's messed up is I can't. What's driving me crazy right now is my TV, because my AC is not working in my bedroom, right? In order to hear my television over the fan that I'm playing, that's running to keep my room in the slightest bit cool, so it's not an oven in there. In order to be able to hear my TV over the fan, it has to be all the way up, and it's at 100. 99 is not going to cut it. It has to be at 100, even though that contradicts my whole odd number thing. I don't know why my TV has to be on an odd number. It just is. It's just how it is. I can't explain it. So, yeah, I have a couple of things that are a little OCD, but this guy, clearly he was diagnosed with OCD. He was diagnosed with ADHD. He was diagnosed with emotionally disturbed issues that he has. And he's not, you know what I mean? He did not get the help that he needed. He did not get the help that he needed. So do I think right now where I'm at, do I feel like the system owes him something? Maybe. Yeah. Yeah. You know, because I think that the system is just as accountable for not getting him the help that he needed, or giving society the help that society needed in order to save lives. If you are a danger to yourself or others, the Baker Act, that's what it's designed for. The Baker Act is designed, it doesn't matter if you broke the law. If you are thinking of hurting yourself or another, then you are subject to a 72-hour evaluation. A judge will sign that, and that's it. Linda Fontaine, he killed 17 people, and injured 17 others.
The defendant gets out of the Uber. He goes through the passenger gate. He's wearing his backpack. He's carrying his black case. It was a black Cabela bag case with a rifle in it. And he walks.
Now he's painting the picture that it's obviously premeditated. It was clearly premeditated. Nobody's denying that it was premeditated. The question is, could it have been prevented?
Walks about 360 feet from Pine Island Road to the east entrance double doors. He walks in through the east double doors, makes an immediate right-hand turn, and walks in to the bottom floor of the stairwell, of the east stairwell. He takes his rifle out of the Cabela bag, black bag, and as he's preparing his rifle to fire, in walks a student, Christopher McKenna. Christopher McKenna was a student in classroom 1216. 1216 is on the first floor. It's the second classroom from the east double door entrances. Christopher McKenna was out on the bathroom pass, and he was going up to the second floor because at the time, the first floor restrooms and third floor restrooms were locked. And so the security could watch people go to the second floor because they were concerned about, different activities in the first floor and third floor, kids going there vaping or hiding out or whatever. So for a security measure, they did lock the bathroom doors on the first floor and the third floor. So Christopher McKenna gets a pass from his teacher. It was Miss Haas in 1216. She taught English, approximately 30 students in her class. He gets his pass, walks down the hall, bumps into a couple of kids, and you'll see the video of him bumping fists with two of the students, and he walks into the stairwell as the defendant, Nicholas Cruz, is preparing his M&P 15 rifle. And the defendant says to Christopher McKenna, "You better get out of here. Something bad is about to happen." Christopher McKenna runs out. Remember,
I find that really interesting too. That detail, as I was reading it, I found that interesting. I found that detail extremely interesting in the sense that, is that the act of an evil person? Now, obviously, shooting a bunch of defenseless, unarmed people, and and premeditating this, planning it, is obviously an evil act, most definitely. But is it the act of an evil person to actually warn someone and say, hey, man, you need to get out of here? Something really bad is about to happen. Why would he warn him? Why wouldn't he just start shooting anybody? Why not? You know what I mean? So I find that really interesting.
He runs out that east door and he runs to find a campus monitor. When he runs out, the defendant enters the first floor hallway. And when he enters the first floor hallway, there are 4 students in the hallway. He gets out and he fires his weapon at the 4 students in the hallway. The time, 2:21:33.
That's a good point, Bex.
2:21:33, the massacre begins. Here's who the first 4 students were in the first floor hallway. Ashley Baez was walking west in the hallway in front of classroom 1215. And let me describe what existed on the south side. You know, there's 6 classrooms on the south side. So the first classroom on the south side is 1218. The next class, the numbers aren't, consistent, but the next classroom is 1215, classroom 1215. So sitting in front of classroom 1215 is a student, Gina Montalto. And she asked permission from the teacher in 1215. By the way, it was a personalization class, so you can catch up on your homework and do different things, different from when I went to school, but you can do whatever you want in homework, whatever, like a study hall. So she asked Miss Matlock if she could go out in the hall and work on her computer because it was more private and she could get more work done on her project. Miss Matlock had offered her to go to a different classroom or somewhere else. Gina said, no, fine, I'd like to do that. So she's sitting, and when you watch the video, you'll see her legs sticking out from the front of classroom 1215. Standing next to her, knocking on the door to classroom 1215, was Mark Duque Aquillano and Luke Hoyer. Mark and Luke were coming back, and you can get permission to go to other classes. They were coming back from somewhere near the administration building. They had to do something. And you'll see them actually coming back down the corridor and walking in. And you'll see him, Luke or Martin, pump fists with Chris McKenna. So they're standing at the door of classroom 1215 and they're knocking to get in because procedure is when class is in session, the classroom door is supposed to be locked. The defendant fires at Martin Duque Aquillano, Gina Montaldo, and Luke Hoyer. He then turns and goes over to classroom 1216. Remember I described that? That's where Christopher McKenna left from. That's Miss Ha's English class, approximately 24 students in there. He fires into 1216. You'll see on all the doors in the 1200 building, there is a glass window in the metal door. And this window is approximately 8 inches wide and 42 inches long. The defendant fired through that window, shattering the window and shooting and killing Alex Schachter, who was sitting in his desk. The defendant then turns right outside of classroom 1216. He kneels down, he takes off his backpack, unzips his backpack, and pulls out a black tactical vest. And you'll see the vest. This vest has pouches all over it, so you can stick firearm magazines in it. There were 10 firearm magazines in that black tactical vest. The defendant kneels, takes it out, puts the vest on, takes the expended magazine out of the magazine well of the rifle, and puts in a new magazine. He stands up and he walks over to 1215 where Martin Duque and Lou Coyer and Gina Montaldo were, and he fires into them. And then he fires into classroom 1214. Remember I said there's 1218, then there's 1215, and then there's 1214. And 1214 and 1215 are adjoining. Their doors are right next to one another.
Let's take a second here and look at this kid. And looking into his eyes right now, I'm not seeing evil. I'm gonna be honest. A part of me actually feels sorry for this kid. Do I think that what he did was absolutely evil, and do I feel that he should absolutely be held accountable? Most definitely, I do. Now we're gonna go over some of his interrogation after this. We're gonna go over some of that. This is gonna be a long live, guys. So, but I'm going to go over some of his interrogation after this. And right, well, laced in chains, I'm not seeing remorse either, necessarily. But I don't know if he's of sound mind to actually feel remorse. The question is are some people just evil? Are some people mentally ill to the point to where they're fully aware of how evil their actions are? Now, where I'm at, the feeling of empathy that I try to consciously feel for others. Now, obviously, my heart goes out to all of the victims and their families, of course, above all others. But looking at this kid and considering the things that he went through, already having been diagnosed as a child with such emotional issues and such mental health issues, already having been diagnosed and having to deal with these sort of things, and then losing both of his parents and having discovered his father dead, and both parents died of natural causes. Both parents seem to have been trying to do the best that they could. They were adoptive parents. They were parents that took him in. His mother gave him up as a baby, and then these people adopted him, and then he had to actually discover his father's dead body from heart failure. And then shortly after, his mother dies of pneumonia, and then he has nobody. And then people took him in, but he kept bringing guns into the house, and these people were like, we can't have this in our house. And so they kicked him out. So you can't blame them for that. But at the same time, you have to understand this kid is just like, I'm not going to say he's not responsible for the way that he's thinking, but at the same time, he's not fully responsible. Right, Cherry, that's where I'm at. I'm thinking out loud here, guys. I don't have a solid formed opinion just yet. I'm just assessing all of the information that is available to us right now, and I'm forming an opinion as the information comes. But I'm so far with what we know, I don't necessarily feel that he deserves the death penalty. I don't necessarily feel that he deserves the same fate as Ted Bundy. This is not the same guy as Ted Bundy, who hated women and took no responsibility or accountability for any of his actions. And we're going to assess that as much as we can when we go over his interrogation. And I'm debating because, guys, there's 10 hours of interrogation. So I don't know how much of that I'm going to go over. I'm going to try to find maybe a summary of the interrogation. I'm not going to use Law and Crimes because Law and Crimes, as Nick Rekieta calls them, are are copyright cucks. They've already struck me once. They struck Nick, even though using their footage falls under fair use. If you're covering news, it is what it is. So law and crime can kiss my ass. But they're not the only ones that have that footage up on YouTube. So I will be going over that interrogation. I agree with you, Cherry. Yes. Twat waffles. Twat waffles. My English accent is not working today.
The defendant fires through the glass window and shatters it.
He doesn't even seem to
and
know what's
fires
going
into
on.
Classroom 1214. 1214 is a class that was being taught by Ivy Seamus. She was teaching Holocaust history. He fires in to 1214 and he shoots and kills Helena Ramsey. He shoots and kills Nicholas Dorette. And he wounds
I agree with you,
Samantha
Tuesday.
Brady,
I agree with you.
Samantha Fuentes, Isabel Checker, and Danielle Menescu. He then turns away from 1214 and walks back across the hall to 1216.
This is also an interesting point.
And he fires again.
This is also an interesting point. M. Wills is saying his eyes look empty. They should use him for research. We don't get many opportunities to have mass shooters alive, so they should make it a condition of his punishment to allow studies and research. And he seems to be open to that. He seems to have this, he seems to be pretty transparent in the way that he explains himself, from what I understand. Again, I haven't gone over the interrogation yet, but we're going to get an idea into his mind once we do that. Now, I can't disagree with that theory, M. Wills, with that opinion. I can't disagree with that because in theory, you're absolutely correct. And I've said this, you know, we don't get many opportunities. We just simply don't get many opportunities because we never catch these people alive. And we have one with the issue. Now, there's the question of mental health. That's always the argument when it comes to these mass shooters, is the mental health issue, right? We need to study these people more. We need to help people. We're not helping them enough. Okay, so we have an opportunity to find out whether or not that help would have prevented or could have prevented this tragedy from taking place. Well, Cherry, I mean, you're saying, I mean, that's the most negative way of looking at it. You're saying, so now he's a guinea pig. Well, yeah. At the very least, he should at least be a guinea pig. At the very least, it is absolutely 100% irresponsible and foolish if this system does not take advantage of having this person in their custody to find out and get a better understanding of how these people think. So, yeah, he's a guinea pig, and at the very least, he deserves to be a guinea pig.
Through the shattered window in 1216. This time, he shoots and kills Alyssa Alfadef. He shoots and kills Elena Petty. He wounds Justin Colton. He wounds William Olson. He wounds Genesis Bell.
All right, and I get your point of view there, Irish Eyes. Let me address that comment because that's a valid opinion as well. I don't think that applies here so much. Now, even though part of his motive was that he wanted to feel remembered, but the question for me in my mind, because I'm one of the first people, you guys who've been watching me for a while, you know that my opinion is usually like, fuck these people. Like, they're just attention-seeking, whiny little brats whose mommy didn't love them enough or blah, blah, blah. That is not necessarily the black and white case here. Because I do understand, okay, yeah, he wanted to be remembered, and he did say that he wanted to be remembered. But the question for me right now is, why? What makes him, what drove him to this point to where he felt so insignificant to where he needed to be remembered? This is somebody who was aware of the fact that he was adopted. So he's already grown up with the idea that he is an unwanted child. So as a child, this entire time that he was a child, he felt completely and totally unwanted. That is a justified feeling. Now, these brats that are on social media, whose mom and dad gave them an iPad just to pacify them and keep them out of their hair, that's different. That's not the same thing as this. You know, you don't get to whine and bitch about, I want an iPad and I want this and I want that, and then complain that your parents don't love you enough because you bug the shit out of them to get you all of these means to be social media famous. That's not the case here, in my opinion, at least what we know so far. That's not exactly the case. This person genuinely had a justified reason for feeling unwanted and unloved. There's a difference. In my opinion, you're more than free and welcome to feel differently in my chat and disagree. That is okay. But so far, I'm of the opinion that this kid just had a bad hand dealt to him his entire life, from the beginning of his life. His mother gives him up for adoption. She had nothing to do with his upbringing. And then he has these adoptive parents. And at a very crucial age, after he was already diagnosed with all of these different behavioral disorders, as a child, he grows up into a young adult, an adolescent, young adult, and his father dies of heart failure and he discovers his body. Then his mother dies of pneumonia and he's left completely alone. The only two people that seem to understand him and care about him on this planet are now gone through no fault of his own. They're now gone. So, Linda Fontaine, that's perfectly understandable.
And he wounds Alexander Durrett, the brother of Nicholas Durrett, who was shot and killed across the hall in 1214. He then turns and walks away from 1216.
Now you're going to tell me you don't see remorse
walking west.
Here?
At this time,
you're going to tell me that you're looking at somebody right there that doesn't feel remorse. Now, we don't know what's going on in his mind, in all fairness. But if you're looking for signs of someone who feels remorse, that can be construed as somebody who definitely feels remorse. I'm not saying he does, but I'm saying you can't sit there and say that it doesn't look like it. It at least looks like it. This incident that has completely and totally flushed his life down the toilet. He's having to relive right now. This prosecutor is reliving every detail, is painting this picture, every detail of it. And does he look like somebody who's cold-blooded, who's just like, whatever, just staring off into space and whatever? I don't really give a shit. How long is this going to take? When's this going to be over? He's more looking like, Jesus Christ, when is this going to be over? For fuck's sake, please, God, make this stop. That's the vibe I'm getting from this kid looking at him right here.
This time, through the west double doors comes running.
Now, he could be playing for sympathy points too. He could be absolutely manipulative. I'm not saying he's not. I'm saying
campus monitor and an athletic.
If you're looking for signs of someone who feels remorse in a courtroom, he's showing those signs.
His rifle at,
whether they're genuine or not, I don't know.
Christopher Hickson is hit. He's severely wounded. He falls to the ground and he crawls over to an alcove on the north side of the first floor hallway. The defendant continues to walk west, and he's walking west. He passes Gina Montaldo, Martin Duque Aquino, and Lou Coyer again.
All right, some very difficult testimony here.
I wonder that too, Cherry. I wonder if
the hearing for the Parkland shooter Nicholas Cruz, you can hear the
I wonder if
prosecution, the state laying
Valentine's
out
Day
their
had
case,
anything to do with it.
taking you step by step through Nicholas Cruz's actions on that day. It's some very tough testimony. Some members of the jury are
No, and
wiping
nobody's
their
saying
eyes.
that remorse
gonna
does
keep an
bring
eye
those
on
people
these
back. Nobody's arguing that. What I'm saying is there's a difference between people that we've seen sitting in a courtroom, like Joel Guy Jr. I covered his trial. That dude didn't show any remorse at all whatsoever for his crimes. You know, Jeffrey Dahmer didn't show any remorse when he was sitting in a courtroom either. Chris Watts showed some remorse only when his father's statement was read by his attorney. That was the only time I saw him show any remorse at all whatsoever. But there's a difference between what we're seeing here and what we normally see in these situations. So I'm just saying, I'm not saying that he should have mercy because he's showing remorse. I'm not even saying that. I'm saying he's clearly showing signs of remorse. That's all. I'm countering the argument that he's not showing any remorse. That's all I'm saying.
On these proceedings, you can stream them uninterrupted on cbsnews.com/live now. We'll bring you updates as warranted throughout the day. In the meantime, let's take a quick break. You're streaming CBS News.
He fires.
All right. Let me see something here. Yeah, there's nothing here. So all right. Let's watch this right here. Now we're going to get into the interrogation. We're going to get a little more into the mind of this kid and see what happens. And then this will help us, each of us, form our own opinions. And I'm sorry this is as loud as it goes. I'm sorry if it's not loud enough.
Have a seat. Did you feet up? Don't do not think about getting up, right, buddy?
And those are definitely BCSO officers. I've had a couple run-ins with them myself. Not bragging. Now, I mean, and then, you know, we have the opportunity to watch his mannerisms a little bit. He looks up, he sees there's a camera right there. Now, what he's wearing right now is obviously hospital gown. It's a hospital gown, and he's got scrubs on underneath. This is very typical for somebody who's under suicide watch. Okay. Now, I'm willing to okay, look at this. He's sitting here punching himself. He's he's fingering the gestures of shooting himself in the head right after he looked at the camera. So this is not going very well as far as my opinions of him, as far as putting on an act or not. He looked right up at the camera. He knows that he's alone in the room, and now he's sitting there acting like he wants to kill himself, showing these. Yeah, he definitely knows he's on camera. Absolutely knows he's on camera because he looked directly right at it and then started behaving in this manner, punching himself in the face. He's basically pulling a Jodi Arias. And obviously this is an interrogation. So this is basically him, in my opinion, based on what I just saw right there. In my opinion, he's trying to build up for an insanity plea. You're right, Cherry, not necessarily, but come on. Come on. Realism dictates that this kid is absolutely full of shit in this very moment right here. Like, he's really laying it on thick, you know, with the whole finger gestures of shooting himself in the head. Come on. He's really laying it on thick. And he knows they do this. Like, interrogations always go this way. Interrogations always, let's leave the kid sitting in there and let's see how he behaves while he's on camera. And this helps them set up how they're going to deal with him moving forward once they get in the room with him and start asking him questions.
You all right? Gotta be able to speak so I can hear you. All right, I just need to ask you really your name and date of birth just to confirm I got it right. And I'm gonna see you want a glass of water or something. What's your first name? Come on, Nick. Huh? Spell it for me. Come on, I'm old. You gotta talk so I can hear you. N-I-K. O. Okay. A-S. And what's your middle name? Come on, man, speak so I can hear you. Jacob.
Now, I think
Yeah,
Mr. Harland, I think that he's absolutely,
Again,
I think that he's definitely, I mean,
your laugh because you're talking so quiet.
hold on a
You're
second.
gonna have to speak
Let's
up.
look back at what happened. He was caught walking down a residential neighborhood. He had the means to actually kill himself. He had the means to walk into the school, continue shooting people until either he shot himself or had the police shoot him and take him down. Yet he tried to escape. So is he actually suicidal? Was he actually suicidal? His actions dictate no, he was not. Now he's trying to act like he is.
You know, whether you want a glass of water, all that stuff. Nothing I'm going to do is going to be confusing. I just need to get your date of birth off the top of my head. What's your date of birth?
09.
January?
09.
09 September.
24.
What is it?
24.
24. 98. And how old does that make you? 19. Okay. All right. Let me do this. You want a cold water?
Yeah, once he was caught, Matt Bond. Once he was caught, sure, I'm sure he wanted to end himself.
Come back with a cold water.
But I don't believe that he was genuinely suicidal, because if he was, he wouldn't be sitting there right now. He would have never gotten arrested in the first place.
You decide you want to have it, that's fine. But, you know, again, I want you to understand, you know, I'm the last guy you're going to have to talk to. You know, what's happened has happened, but now me and you have got to kind of communicate so I can hear you. And again, I'm going to ask you, you know, things about background and then, you know, things about what happened. Okay, but you gotta relax, and you know, I'll bring in some water. You sure you don't want something to eat? Okay. 19 years old. Where were you born? What city?
I don't know.
You don't know? Do you know what state?
Florida.
Florida. Have you lived down here your whole life?
Yes.
Okay.
Now he just asked
You
him
don't
if
know
he
what city? You don't know what
if he
hospital?
knew where he was born, and he said, I don't know. He
There's
said, where were
definitely
you
one in
born? He
Florida.
said, what city? And he said, I don't
Everybody
know.
taking waters.
Understand, remember, he is adopted. It's valid that he may not actually know where he was born. Oh, that's already out the window, Matt Bond. This is a sentencing hearing. This is a sentencing trial. In Florida, you have to decide whether you get the death penalty or whether you get life in prison without the chance of parole. A jury still has to decide that. A judge does not decide that. A jury has to decide that. So that's what this is. That's what we were just watching, was the opening statements from the prosecution as far as whether or not, as far as trying to, you know what I mean? Look at this. Look at this act. Yeah, and he did plead guilty, right? The question is whether or not he's going to get the death penalty or not. That's all this trial is about. But understand that this interrogation took place before he actually pled guilty. I mean, if you look at the date at the bottom of the screen here, it's February 14th, 2018. It is the day of the actual shooting. Well, he won't be let off. I mean, it's a question, Matt Bond, it's a question of, excuse me, it's a question of whether or not he's going to spend the rest of his life in prison without the possibility of parole, or is he going to get the death penalty, lethal injection? That's what this boils down to. I'm only going over this interrogation so we get an understanding of the individual himself. Or at least a better understanding. Petty Patty, I am in agreement with you. Suicide by cop, or he would have stuck the rifle in his mouth or up to his head and killed himself. One or the other. One or the other. See, a lot of people feel that way. A lot of people, that's the argument. That's the typical argument between, you know, whether or not you're for the death penalty or not.
All right.
I agree with you in that sense,
You want them off, we can pull them off.
but at the same time,
Just put them on the-
economically speaking,
Throw 'em on the-
why the hell should my tax dollars go to keeping this guy
one
alive?
Is mine.
You know what I mean?
Because I already opened it. This
Now,
one's
I haven't
mine.
decided whether or not I feel he deserves a death penalty or not, but I'm saying people who are just plain evil
Again, I gotta be able to hear you.
and have no
I understand
remorse,
A little bit, people told me
yeah,
a little bit about your
just put him
background.
down,
I
get
don't
rid
know
of
if
him.
it's true or not.
There's no
Where-
place on the
what-
planet for him.
First off,
They ruin their chances of society.
Yeah, I'm in the room at the moment, so,
Wait, did this guy?
okay, I'm going off the phone completely, so I'm turning it off. I'm in the room at the moment, background, but I don't know if it's true or not. What? First off,
This guy's got the Mission Impossible theme for a ringtone. Nice.
yeah, I'm in the room at the moment, so. Okay, I'm going off the phone completely, so I'm turning it off. No. When you get down here, Walt's down here. We're gonna tell you everything that's going on. Bye. All right. Okay. You know, again, some people have given me some background about you. I don't know if it was true or not. The address where you were staying at recently, you know the house number and everything? Okay. You know what city it was in? Let me, I can tell I'm gonna have a hard time hearing you. All right. Are you staying with a family member or a friend? Come on, you gotta relax, man. Because the questions I'm asking you right now are just your background questions. Okay? You know, I understand what we're gonna talk about is gonna be difficult. I understand that certain things are gonna be hard for you to explain to me. But you're the only one who can explain these things to me, okay? All right, so I'm gonna ask you some background stuff. It's real simple. You know, you know what city you were living in the last, say, week or two? How long have you been living with your friend?
12 months.
4 months. Okay, I'm gonna take notes because I'm old. What's your friend's name?
I can't remember.
You can't remember? You know him from where?
School.
Okay, and the school you know him from, again, some of these questions are gonna sound stupid, but I need to know, what school do you know him from? From Douglas?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know his nickname, or do you know what do you call him?
Do you know him?
What is it?
Do you know him?
Do you know him?
Do you?
Yeah, of course. Again, I've already told you that certain people have given me background about you. I need to hear it from you whether it's true. You can't worry about, you know, who your friend is at the moment, because I'm just trying to find out where you were staying.
Is he
Right.
okay?
What?
Is he okay?
Yes. I told you I was gonna turn off the phone and I forgot to do it. All right, is he okay? From what I understand, he's okay. But again, I gotta get a little background information, like where you're staying, your phone number. You know, some of the things I'm hearing out there, I need to know if it's true or not. Okay, so what name do you call him by?
Now I wonder
Brother.
Brother? Okay.
if he has the Mission Impossible ringtone because he's a fan of Mission Impossible, or because he visualizes his job as being an impossible mission, or both. Just, I think about things like that
And is you've been staying there 4 months?
because I want to
You
understand
stayed
this
last
cop
night
too.
at his house?
I can't remember.
You can't remember. Okay.
Hey,
Okay, well, I think you can remember, but we'll get into that as we get into.
try.
Okay, I mean, again, as we get into this, what about your phone? Do you have a phone?
I lost it.
When did you lose it?
He's lying.
Today? Okay, what kind of phone is it?
Yeah, you mean you threw it?
Okay, is it a flip top, an iPhone, a Samsung? It's a phone. What's the number?
I can't.
Okay.
I can't remember.
Nick,
See, he's not being
the
cooperative.
questions are
He's
gonna
not
be
being
like,
very
what's your
cooperative
phone
at all.
What your
Can't
phone?
remember, dude.
Okay, but when?
I can't remember, dude. I can't.
Okay, Nick, calm down.
Okay.
You've already been medically cleared. I know what's gonna be talked about is difficult, but again, you don't remember your phone number. How long you had the phone?
Yeah, I'm calling bullshit on this.
How long have you had the phone?
This cop's not buying this
Yeah,
shit at
the
all,
doctor's
and
already
I don't
looked
blame
at
him. I'm not buying it.
Okay.
Okay, you're fine. You're not having any problems at the moment, and you're perfectly fine. So calm your breathing down, all right? And I want to believe certain things that you're going to tell me,
Okay.
but you know, if we're getting to where you're going to hyperventilate over a phone number, okay? All right.
All right.
So what's your phone number? Huh?
954.
Okay, 954
821.
821. Calm down. Take a deep breath.
107.
107.
107.
What is it?
107.
Okay, there's one more.
20.
Okay, 954-821-2007.
2007. 1007.
1007. And again, going back to what kind it is, do you know if it's an iPhone, a Samsung? How long have you had it? Every kid knows what the phone is, man. I got kids your age.
Ever since my mother died.
I know, I heard about that. That's what I was going to talk about next. So,
This cop is
you
like
had it since
not
your mom
even
died. How long has your
remotely
mom
emotional. Like 17 people died at the hands of this guy, and he probably wants to wring his neck. And he's just like, dude, we're getting through this shit. You're not going to waste my
When your
fucking
mom
day.
passed, were you living with her? Okay, what city was that? Parkland? Okay, remember the address?
No.
No? Who else stayed with you in Parkland with your mom back in November?
My brother.
What's your brother's name?
Zach.
Zach?
There you go. Now
Same
you
last
remember
name
the
as you? What's his middle name?
I don't know.
How
I
about
think
you?
Roger.
Huh?
Roger.
Roger? Okay. What's his phone number?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, you have him in your contacts, right? Do you get along with your brother?
Yes.
Okay. Is he older or younger than you? Younger? How much younger? Huh?
1 year.
So he's 18? You remember his date of birth? When's his birthday?
This year. This month.
Okay, so February?
Yes.
Okay. You remember what day?
No.
Okay. What was your mom's name? Linda? Cruz?
Yes.
And I know it's probably very difficult to talk about your mom, but when she passed, what she passed from? What was it?
Ammonia.
Pneumonia? Okay. Again, people told me that on the scene. I want to make sure it was true. Now, your dad's passed too? What was your dad's name?
Roger.
And how long ago did your dad pass?
Huh?
How long ago did your dad pass away?
Yeah, I'm sorry there's no captions for this either.
2005.
I think 2004, 2005.
Okay. When he passed, what did he pass from?
Heart attack, I think.
Heart attack. Okay. Look, again, you have to understand, we're going to talk about some things here, and I know what happened today is hard. I understand what happened to your parents is hard. But the only way for you to make me understand is for you to be able to talk to me and tell me about this. Okay? All right, because
This guy's awesome.
you know, I can talk to all the people in the world and I can watch all the videos in the world, but I only can talk to you to hear from you what was going on.
He's given him a window to make excuses, to use his
I know, going back to
tragedy in
brother,
his
I
life
don't
as an
wanna get him
excuse for what he
involved in
did.
anything. I'm not trying to get him involved in anything.
This guy's playing
Do you know what
chess.
city he lives in or not? I just want to see, you know, before me and you really start talking, that you understand what we're talking about. I mean, what city do you live in? Tamarack, Coral Springs, Parkland? If you don't want to give his name to protect him, I already know his name, but that's fine. I understand that. I understand people want to protect friends sometimes, but what city did he live in? Okay. All right. All right. Why don't you have a glass, a sip of water? You don't want one? Okay. All right, let's talk about your background. You went to Douglas. How far did you go in school? What grade did you graduate? Huh?
I started 4 years ago there.
Okay. What grade did you get to? 10th, 11th?
After 11.
Okay, you didn't graduate though, right?
No.
What was the last time you attended either school at Douglas or anywhere else?
Went to a lot of schools.
Okay, but when was the last time you went to school? You go to school at all this week?
Dude, I could never have the patience for that shit, dude.
No, I went to some,
Okay, where'd you go to school at? What school?
I don't think it's a school.
Okay, what is it?
Alternative school.
Okay, what's it called?
Well, yeah, it's a school, dude.
Okay, what's it? Open Park?
Now,
Okay,
in
which
Dade
part,
County,
Boulevard or
the
Oakwood?
alternative school is known as MacArthur. I almost
Alright.
got sent to
So
MacArthur.
the last grade you went to, Douglas, you think was 10th or 11th. When was that? This year or last year?
3 years ago.
3 years ago? Okay. Were you a good student when you were there?
Somewhat.
Oh, what kind of grades did you get?
B's and C's.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
B's and C's are good.
Yeah.
They said you were in the ROTC too. Is that factual or is that just somebody telling a story? Were you in the ROTC?
Yes.
Okay. How long were you in the ROTC?
2 years.
2 years?
That's nice.
Okay.
School training with a gun. It's good.
All right. Now, again, I never met you before. You never met me before. I don't know anything about drug use. You do any kind, are you on any kind of prescription medication?
No.
No. Have you been to a doctor for anything recently other than today at the emergency room? No.
Just finger broke.
You broke your finger? When was that?
Huh?
When was that? When did you break your finger?
4 to 5 weeks ago.
4 or 5 weeks ago? All right, but you went to a doctor for that?
Yes.
Okay, you're not on any painkillers now or anything like that?
No.
Okay, when your mom passed away, they didn't put you on any kind of depressants or anything like that? No. Have you ever seen a doctor about any kind of depression or anything? No? Okay. How about, and again, I'm not the drug police, but I gotta ask you, you do any kind of street drugs? You smoke marijuana, anything like that? If you did, it's okay to tell me. I'm not the street. I'm just getting background on you. You do any kind of drugs? What kind of drugs do you do?
A lot. No one knew about it.
Huh?
No one knew about it.
I can't hear you.
No one knew about it.
No one knew about it, but me and you were talking and the other ones didn't even know about it. So what kind of drugs are we talking?
Xanax.
Xanax,
Marijuana.
marijuana, what else?
Tried killing myself with ibuprofen and
Okay, when was that?
Advil
You would have had a better chance with the Xanax, dude.
2 months ago.
Okay, did you actually go to the doctor or where was that at and how'd you do it?
I snuck out of the house.
Okay.
Went to Walgreens.
Okay, you're still staying in brother's house then?
Yes.
Okay. You snuck out the house, went to Walgreens, what happened?
Bought ibuprofen. Advil.
Okay.
Went back. Took it. Drank a lot of water.
Okay.
Went to bed.
Okay. How many did you take?
All of it almost.
What now?
I don't know how many pills. I just took a bunch.
Okay, a bunch. All right, you went back to bed. You drank
See,
some
that
water,
right
what
there
happened?
also tells me he's not suicidal. He's attention seeking. Nobody actually tries to kill themselves with ibuprofen. Ibuprofen's not going to kill you.
I went to the bathroom. Threw up.
Okay.
And then he made himself throw up.
Okay, you never had to go to the doctor, the emergency room or anything like that? Is that the only time you ever tried to kill yourself?
No.
Okay, what other time did you try to kill yourself?
I tried, what was it called? I drank a lot.
Drinking too much alcohol, I guess. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Alcohol poisoning? When was that?
A couple years back.
A couple of years ago? So it was
Yeah.
before your mom passed?
Good luck with that too, buddy.
The ibuprofen was after your mom. Okay. Did you ever end up at the doctor with the alcohol poisoning?
No.
What'd you do on that one? How'd you try to do that?
Slept it out.
You slept it out? How much did you drink?
Don't we all?
Vodka? All right. The most recent one.
Tequila.
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 To kill you.
Wine.
And that was when you were staying at your mom's house.
Tequila and wine.
Okay. The one with the ibuprofen, what were you depressed about?
Everything.
What in particular? Mother passing away? Okay. That's understandable. What else? Anything? I mean, have you worked anywhere? Where are you working at?
Dollar Tree.
Dollar Tree? How long you worked there?
2 years.
2 years? Which one? What city?
Parkland.
Parkland?
I mean, he held a job for 2 years. That's something, you know.
So you go to school during the day and you work at night, or you go work at night and go to school, or you work during the day and go to school at night? Which one do you do?
Go to school in the morning.
Okay.
From there,
All
I
right.
was working.
So you've been able to hold down a job for 2 years. That's pretty good, right?
Yes.
Other than Dollar Tree, where else did you ever work?
Lawn mowing.
What?
Lawn mowing.
Lawn mowing? Oh, okay. All right. When you tried to kill yourself with alcohol, your mom was still alive. What were you depressed about back then?
Loneliness.
Loneliness?
Loneliness.
Friends? No friends? Or what kind of loneliness? I mean, everybody gets lonely.
Solitude.
Solitude? You don't have a lot of friends?
No.
This dude's like, everybody gets lonely, bro. That don't mean you can go around killing people.
When I say today, starting from last night when you went to bed to this morning, did you do any kind of drugs at all? Any Xanax, any marijuana, anything like that? No. Okay. All right. I always ask these questions because I don't know you, man. Crazy question. Where are you at right now? You know, are you in what kind of building you're in? You know what I do for a living? I'm a police detective. You know that?
No.
Okay, well, I'm a police detective. All those guys that escorted you coming down in the car in the uniforms, you know what they are?
SWAT.
No, they're police officers. You recognize their uniform as a police officer?
Yeah.
See my badge there? Can't see it past my big stomach, but my name is John Curcio, and I'm a detective for the sheriff's office. So what I did is I got a lot of background on you, and I can tell right now that you understand that this is a police department, and I'm a police officer. Okay? All right, so one of the things I want to do is we need to start talking about what happened and why it happened. Have you ever been in trouble before where you've been involved with police officers?
Yes.
What was that all about?
Shooting animals.
Shooting animals?
Yes.
What kind of animals?
Chicken.
And what city was that in?
Parkland.
You get arrested for it, or they take you home? What happened?
They came to the door
Okay.
asking if we had guns.
Okay, was this when you were staying
Oh,
with your
this guy's
mom, or
showing
was
all
it-
the signs, man. He's out there just shooting chickens just to shoot
How
them.
long time ago?
6 years ago.
Okay, so when you were like 13, when you were a juvenile?
Oh yeah, he's showing all the telltale signs.
Arrest you? You shot a chicken? What'd you shoot the chicken with?
Pelican.
Pelican? Okay, is that the only time you ever been in any contact with the police?
No.
What else? What other contacts you had with the police?
Riding bike.
Riding bikes? Motorbikes or regular bikes?
Regular bikes.
Okay, you never got arrested though? You ever get any of those civil citations or tickets or anything like that? All right, so you've never really been in any kind of trouble, right? Okay. Never been to detention center as a juvenile, never been to jail, do you even drive a car? Do you have a license? No? You ever have a license? Okay. All right. What I gotta do is before we start talking about what happened today and again, reasons why it happened, I gotta read you what's called your rights. With all these contacts you've had with the police, which are very, very minor, have you ever had your rights read to you before? No. Okay, they're really easy. I'm gonna pull out a little card in my wallet. And what I do is as I read these, I gotta stop at each one and ask
Don't
you.
deserve it.
I understand you're gonna feel that way, and you can tell me all that once we get past it.
And I'm gonna read
But when I
these
read
so
each
that
one
your
of these,
lawyer
I'm
can't
gonna
get
ask
you off on a
a
technicality.
yes, no, or I don't understand answer. If you don't understand what I read to you, then we'll reread it so you can understand it. But I can tell you're smart enough to understand, these are pretty basic things. All right, so the first one is, before I ask you any questions, I want to advise you of your rights under the law. Do you understand that I'm a police officer?
Yes.
Okay, yes. I already told you I'm a police officer. I showed you my badge. Okay. You have the right to remain silent. That is, you need not talk to me or answer any questions if you do not want to. Do you understand? You don't understand that? Okay, I'm gonna read it again. You have the right to remain silent. That is,
This
you
dude
need
knows
not
exactly
talk
what
to
he's
me or
doing.
answer
This,
any
this,
questions if you
yeah.
do not want to. Do you understand? That means as I get done doing all these, if I ask you a question and you don't want to answer that question, you don't have to answer it. I'm not going to force you to answer any questions. So do you understand that one? Okay. All right. You have the right to remain silent. That means you don't have to talk to me at all. That is, you need not to talk to me or answer any questions if you do not want to. Basically, if you don't want to talk to me, you say you don't want to talk to me. And I can't force you to talk to me.
Okay.
So do you understand that?
Okay.
Well, I can't guess. It's
Yeah.
yes, no, or I don't understand, but we're going to read it one more time. You have the right to remain silent. That is, you need not talk to me or answer any questions if you do not want to. Do you understand? That means if you answer a question, it's because you want to answer it, not because I want you to answer it. It's because you want to answer it. Do you understand that? You gotta say yes, no. Okay. Say it one more time so I can hear you.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Should you talk to me, anything you say can and may be used against you in a court of law. Do you understand that?
Court of law.
Yes. What you're going to say to me, I can repeat as a matter of the investigative record of this case. So if this goes over to a court of law, then whatever you're and me are going to talk about, I can repeat. So should you talk to me, anything you say can
This
and may be
dude,
used
this
against you in a
kid
court of
is
law.
just
Understand that?
buying time. He knows he's going to wind up in a jail cell, and he's just milking the fact that he's not
rephrase that for you.
in
If
a
you say
jail cell
something
right now.
good, I'm going to repeat it. If you say something
He's just
bad,
burning time.
I'm going to repeat it. I'm going to tell the truth as to what our
He's pulling a Letitia Stalk is what he's doing
So,
right now.
Whatever you say, I'm going to repeat. And it could be in a court of law. Okay. So you understand that one.
Okay, see, I'm glad Cherry brought this up. Cherry's
All right, so
saying,
you have the right to talk to an
where's
attorney.
his lawyer? Okay, Cherry, how it works is he has to actually ask for a lawyer, and he's reading him his rights. He's telling him, hey, you don't have to talk to me. And if this kid ever like quits burning time and quits stalling, well, then he's going to get to the point to where he reads him the right that he has the right to an attorney to be present, and that he doesn't have to answer any questions without an attorney present. But he hasn't even gotten to that point yet. Now, what I'm guessing is based on how long this interrogation goes on, I'm going to guess that he waives his right to an attorney. So that's where his lawyer is. Nowhere. Because he doesn't want a lawyer for whatever reason.
An attorney before talking to me, and to have an attorney here with you during questioning now or in the future. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. If you cannot afford to retain your own attorney and you want an attorney, one will be appointed for you before we ask you any questions. Do you understand?
Yes.
If you decide to answer the questions now without an attorney present, you'll still have the right to stop answering at any time until you talk to an attorney. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, those are your rights. Knowing and understanding your rights, as I've explained them to you, are you willing to continue talking to me without an attorney present? You gotta say it. You can't just shake your head.
Yes.
Okay.
Boom.
Now,
There it
you've
is.
had a lot of police officers before me, and I'm the last one, like I told you. Have any other policeman read you what I just read you? Okay.
No.
And did you ever say anything to them that you didn't want to talk to?
Afraid.
You were afraid, but did you say you didn't want to talk to anybody?
No.
Okay. All right. Come along. All right. It was hot out there today. I know you made some comments about different things that have been going on. You said you were lonely.
Now remember, this
Today,
is
when
February.
you obviously
Dude's
went
like,
up
it's
to
hot
the
out
street,
there. That's
remember how
Florida,
you went up
man.
to
It's
the
hot
street?
in Florida in February. It sucks. It's why I don't live there anymore. One of the many reasons why I don't live there
So
anymore. I
one
can't
thing is
stand
when we go into
Florida.
this, there's certain things I know, and I don't want you to get, you know, to the point where you think I'm being hard on you, but schools in particular got cameras everywhere.
Hmm.
So I can see what happened, but I can't know what happened from your point of view until you tell me. So, you know, again, you want to keep saying to me, I don't deserve it. So to me, that means you have some form of remorse. You know, you can't change what happened. I can't change it either. I wasn't up there with you, and I wish I could change it, but I can't. But the thing about I don't deserve it is to start off telling me what happened, and then we talk about why it happened, and then we go from there to try to understand why it happened. So you know, when you say I can't remember, for you not to believe you deserve it, you remember. You know what I'm saying? You wouldn't say that if you didn't remember what happened.
Okay.
So come on, all we gotta do is start off. Even if in your mind you're gonna tell me something you think is gonna shock me, you need to tell me.
I'm surprised there's not another cop in the room.
I mean, again, I'm just asking a very simple question: is how you got to the school, if you remember. Okay, so talk up to me so I can hear you. So what's the address? I'm not going to get your friend in any trouble, but I just need to know you know what your address is.
I don't know the address.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, you gotta keep your head up, man, because I have a hard time hearing you. No problem, you don't have to apologize. Come on, keep your head up. I know it's hard. If you want the water, that's fine. You want something to eat or not?
Thank
Okay. All right, I'll be right back. I just want to print out that map, so, because like I said, it's a long time since I've been up there too. And I want to make sure I know exactly what we're talking about.
Cop's like,
Water with me, because I am thirsty. All righty. Got the little map. I don't know how much it's gonna help us. We set that down. See if I can figure it
dude,
out.
I could
How
never
long
do
you
that.
have
I could never have the patience to interrogate someone like that.
A year or two? Did you buy it yourself? Where'd you buy it at? I mean, you're 19, right? So did you buy it from a gun store or did you buy it from a friend? A gun store. How much you pay for it?
$5.60.
You remember the name of the gun store?
No,
You know what city it was in?
I don't know.
Was it in Broward County or Dade County or Palm Beach? I mean, you can remember the price, so remember
Margate?
Margate? Okay. Is it like a pawn shop or like a real gun store? Got a lot of guns? Okay. Did you buy all the magazines there? Where'd you buy the magazines?
Online?
Online? How much did you pay for them?
$200.
How much?
200.
200 for all of them, or what? Or each of them?
Each of them.
Each of them? And how many think you had?
I don't know.
Okay. But when you bought the gun in Margate for $560, how many magazines did it come with? The little 5-round magazine, or did it come with one of the big ones?
300.
Came with a 30 rounder? Okay, did you buy any other guns there? No? Is that the only gun you've ever owned? Other than the pellet gun you shot the chicken with? Have you ever owned any other guns?
Yes.
What kind of guns have you owned in the past? Any other rifles? Any other handguns?
No handguns.
Okay, so you had other rifles. That gun you've had How many months you think? 3
3 years.
years?
Yeah, I think you have to be
Have you ever
21 to
taken
buy
it
a
up to the range
handgun.
and fired or anything? Or was today the
In
first day you
Florida,
fired it?
at least at the time, you had to be 21 to buy a handgun. I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong about that.
I shot in my garage.
You shot in your garage? At whose house? Your mom's house? How many times did you shoot in your garage?
2 times.
Just 2 bullets or 2 different occasions?
2 bullets.
What were you shooting at?
Ground.
You shot the gun in the garage on the concrete?
Yes.
Didn't
That's
the
not
bounce
very
all over
smart.
all in creation?
No.
Did it go into the concrete?
Yes.
Wow. You ever take it to the range? Or
You're
anything
lucky
like
it
that?
didn't ricochet and hit you in the head,
Have you ever
dude.
fired a gun like that before in the ROTC training? No? Have you ever fired a gun like that ever with anybody? Any friends and anybody else like that? What made you choose out of all the guns to want to buy an AR-15?
Cool looking.
Cool looking?
Wow. Because it was cool looking.
Now, when you bought it, I mean, it was a legitimate purchase. They gave you a receipt and everything, right? So you bought it legally, right? Did you fill
Well,
out those
Cherry,
forms and
that's
everything?
why you're not a cop,
You
bro.
remember those forms?
Because this is what he's doing. He's trying to get you to feel bad for him. I feel bad for the things that he's gone through, but I'm not seeing anything in his behavior that's dictating that it's affecting him. When I started this and having read all of his background, yeah, I felt bad for him. I still feel bad for everything that he's gone through, but I'm not seeing any of it as any type of excuse for anything that he's done so far. And he's being absolutely uncooperative with law enforcement. He's not showing any remorse. He's trying to manipulate the situation to where he's the victim by being seen on camera, punching himself in the face, and he's just putting on a big act. He's pulling a Jodi Arias right here. I do not feel bad for this kid anymore. At this point, he shot from the outside. Keep this in mind. He shot from the outside of the school. He never actually walked into the school. He shot through the window like a coward, shot through the window, and then ran away. And then he was picked up walking through a residential neighborhood. This kid is not suicidal. His attempt at suicide was by taking ibuprofen. Anybody knows that ibuprofen is not going to kill you. What it is a cry for attention. So far, everything that this dude is doing is dictating to me that all he has been looking for is attention.
Okay. All right. Now, 3 years ago, when you went to Douglas, and obviously you stopped going there, why'd you stop going there?
My depression worsened.
The depression worsened, and what was going on? Did you just stop school on your own, or did some incident happen where?
Yes, an incident.
What was the incident that happened?
Fought a kid.
You fought a kid. You remember the kid's name?
Ian Shingle.
Ian Shingle. And did you guys both get in trouble for the fight, or?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, what did they do? Suspend you?
They suspended me.
Okay. And what happened from there? After you got suspended, you go back to school?
Yeah.
Okay. What happened? Why'd you stop going there then?
I was embarrassed.
You felt embarrassed because you got suspended? Or
No. You got sent to an opportunity school for a reason. Why did you get sent to the opportunity school?
Well, what was embarrassing about the fight? What were you guys fighting over?
Girl.
Girl? Well, what was embarrassing about it? I mean, did Ian get the better of you? Was that what was embarrassing? Or you got the better of you? Okay. Now, you said you didn't have a lot of friends where you were at school.
Oh, okay.
What was the
Thank you,
girl?
Matt Bond, for clearing that up.
What was her name?
Sorry about that. Thank you.
Everyone.
I misunderstood
Was
from
she his
listening to the
girlfriend,
prosecutor.
My girlfriend.
Your girlfriend? So what were you guys fighting over?
talking.
That he was talking to your girlfriend? Okay. All right, so you go back to school. What ends up
Stop
happening?
lying. You
Did
ain't got no
stop going to
girlfriend.
school after, or
Stop it.
You got into more problems? Were they?
Got into more problems.
What was the what was the more problems?
Failing class,
Okay.
not going to school.
Okay. And this was all while your mom was still alive?
Yeah.
Okay. Did there come a point in time where you just stopped going there, or they expelled you?
I just stopped going and then transferred me.
They transferred you? When they transferred
Ah, I
you?
see what happened.
Okay. When you got transferred?
So he had too many unexcused absences. They will send you to an opportunity school for having too many unexcused absences as well. But the difference is, once you turn 16, at least back when I was a kid, you had the freedom to quit school. If you turned 16, you could just quit school. They can't make you go to school. But if you're under 18 though, and your parents are like, no, because you have to have permission. You have to have parental consent to quit school. So if his parents were like, no, we need somebody to keep an eye on him, we just can't have him wandering the streets all day at 16 years old, then they put you in an opportunity school. So basically, he probably just had a bunch of unexcused absences, and then they wouldn't let him just quit school. So he had to go to an opportunity school. And that's messed up, because if you end up going to an opportunity school, most kids that go to opportunity schools in Florida, or at least in South Florida, are sent there because they are bad kids. They're troubled kids who are always getting into fights. They have violent tendencies, and it's like prison that you get to go home at the end of the day. Basically, it's like juvenile detention center where you get to go home at the end of the day. I almost got sent to an opportunity school. I remember the head guidance counselor. God, I can't remember his name. Mr. Fuchs or something like that. I can't remember, but he was funny. Because I was like, man, I was like 5'2", you know. I didn't have a growth spurt till I was like well past 17 years old. Between 17 and 18 years old is when I shot up in height. And I remember I just was cutting class. I didn't want to go to school. I was like, I'm not going to school, you know, fuck school. I hated school. And then they wanted to send me to opportunity school because of that. But this counselor was like, and he had this weird, like kind of like a Savannah, Georgia accent. He was an older black gentleman, and he had a Savannah, Georgia accent. And it was spelled, Mr. Harlan, it was spelled Fuchs. And yes, behind his back, we all called him Mr. Fucks, because he was kind of a dick. But he and he was like, they want to send you to MacArthur. That's what he would pronounce MacArthur and MacArthur. They want to send you to the MacArthur, but in MacArthur, they will tear your little ass apart. I will never forget that. And so the alternative to that was they made me go to an agricultural school half of the day, where like I had to like clean a horse stable, right? And I had to care for a horse. They assigned me a horse that I had to care for, and I learned how to ride a horse, and I had to clean the stable. I had to help raise chickens and help harvest the eggs, and you know, just it sucked. And I had to go in the morning, so it really sucked, because I would have to catch this bus at like 5:30 a.m., go to this school half the day, and then the other half of the day I had to go back to my regular high school smelling like a fucking horse and horse shit. It was terrible. It was terrible. So needless to say, I didn't lose my virginity till I was like 19, because there was nobody was fucking with me. No girls were fucking with me smelling like a horse in school. It just wasn't happening. But I'll never forget that dude. Yeah, we're gonna send you to the agricultural school because if we send you to MacArthur, they're gonna tear your little ass apart.
Were you still going out with Emily? You stopped talking to her after the fight, or
Emily ain't want
started
you.
having these bad grades?
After bad grades.
So other than the gun being cool, why did you need a gun like that? Just because you wanted it?
To feel safe.
To feel safe? Okay, we'll talk about that a little bit. All right, so you go to the hospital, to the doctor's.
Damn, Mr. Harlan, you're
And
6'5".
And you're talking about demons. What are the demons?
Voices.
Well, tell me about it.
Yo,
What are the
ladies, Mr. Harlan is 6'5". You know he's hung like a moose. You know it. Mr. Harlan is packing heat.
About?
It's another voice, the evil side.
Okay. And how long has that voice been going on?
Years.
Okay. When did it start, you think? When your mom passed?
It started, words when my mom passed.
Okay. Did it start how many years before your mom passed, do you think?
When my father died.
Okay. Did you ever tell anybody about the voice? Never? And what does the voice say to you? Well, what does it tell you to do?
Burn, kill, destroy,
Okay. Burn, kill, destroy what?
anything.
Okay. But have you ever burned, killed, or destroyed anything? What have you burned, killed, or destroyed?
Burned, just fire, set fire.
To
in the
what?
pit, in the pit, fire.
Oh, a fire pit. Okay, well, I mean, the voice told you to burn something, you built a fire in a fire pit. What's destructive about that? That's what fire pits are
Exactly,
made
dude. What are you talking about?
for. What else does the voice
Everybody
tell
builds
you
a
to do
fire
that's-
pit.
Kill animals.
Okay, have you ever killed animals?
Yes.
What kind of animals?
Birds.
Birds? Wild birds or people's
Birds.
pets? How do you kill them?
Wild birds.
How do you kill them?
Wait for them, kill them.
Oh, can't catch them, so how you waiting for them?
Yeah, see,
Out
in this
grass.
agricultural school that I went to, right? Just to give you a little background, there was whenever like there's a chicken with like say a broken leg. There was a chicken with a broken leg at the agricultural school. And they were like, well, you gotta put the chicken down. You gotta kill the chicken. Now, obviously, they're not gonna give us a gun to shoot the chicken or whatever. Like what they wanted me to do was take the chicken and just by hand break the chicken's neck. And I couldn't do it. Like I couldn't do it. And it was really funny. It was a very monumental moment because when they told me I had to do that, I was like, cool, you know? And then when it came time to actually do it, I just shut down. I couldn't do it. I was just like, I can't, you know? And then the guy who handles the chickens, the teacher, I guess, for lack of a better term, he just was like, give me that chicken. And then he just went, and I was just like, oh my God, you know? So like, I can't imagine wanting to hurt animals or living things. I can't visualize being someone who actually craves this feeling of taking a life. You know, now I'll crush a spider or a cockroach. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I don't know why that's much different, but it just for some reason it is. But you know, and I eat chicken all day, man. I'll eat chicken all day, but I couldn't do the dirty work and I could not kill that chicken. I just couldn't do it.
Wait for a bird to come up.
There's no way, man. I'm a
Maybe
bird
it was the
lover. There's no way
method.
you can
Maybe
touch a
if
bird,
I
no way.
could have shot the chicken,
But
that would have been different
Pelican?
because it would have been somewhat
Where's your
merciful, but just breaking like with my bare hands, like I couldn't do it.
All right, so the voices tell you to hurt animals and start fires in the fire pit. And you never told anybody. You never told your mom. You ever told your brother? You told Zach about it. I know, I asked you earlier what Zach's phone number was. Do you really remember it or not? Where's your phone at now? Was it on you when the police stopped you? What'd you do with it?
I don't know, I lost it.
But is Zach's phone number in your, no? When was the last time you spoke to Zach?
Okay, I call bullshit there.
Last month.
Okay, where's he living with? Who's he living
So
with?
I can understand not knowing. I don't know any phone numbers by heart, dude. If my phone disappears, I lost everything. I don't have anybody's phone number memorized by heart. I don't have the shit written down. It is logged into my phone, right? Anybody's phone number is logged into my phone. So if I lose my phone, you know, I lose the numbers. I lose any means of contacting these people unless like I can contact them through social media in some way, shape, or form, through Messenger, Discord, whatever. Those are the only ways that I can actually contact somebody, you know, maybe Instagram, Snapchat, whatever. But I don't have anybody's phone number memorized. So right there, I'm sitting here thinking, you know, all right, well, maybe he doesn't remember his friend's phone number. That makes sense because I don't remember anybody's phone number. So maybe he just had his friend's phone number logged into his phone, but now he's sitting here saying that he didn't have his phone number logged into his phone. So I call bullshit. Now the kid's just lying.
You're staying with your friend brother. Who's he staying with?
I don't know.
You don't know? When you talked to him last month, did he tell you who he was staying with?
No.
Is he staying with some kind of relative?
Friend.
Family friend? You know the family friend's name?
I'm trying to remember.
Okay, what do you think about that when we're talking?
Well, I didn't name the chicken. You know what I'm saying? Like I didn't and I didn't have any hangups knowing that at some point one of those chickens is going to end up, you know, on a plate. You know what I mean? I didn't have any hangups about that. And as a matter of fact, I will go hunting. Like I said, I think it was just the manner in which they wanted me to kill the chicken. I just couldn't like. It just seemed too brutal. It seemed too barbaric. But I would absolutely go hunting with an experienced hunter. Now, I've never actually gone hunting, but it's something that I've always been curious about and wanted to do. But the only way that I will ever go hunting is with an experienced hunter who knows how to skin the animal, who knows how to butcher the animal, and there's a guarantee that we're going to eat that animal. I'm not just going to kill an animal without some sort of purpose, you know, without some sort of purpose being either to keep myself warm with its fur or to eat it. That's the only way. So the reason why I have never gone hunting is simply because I've never actually had the opportunity to go with someone who is experienced in all of those areas when it comes to hunting. And that's something that I would definitely want to experience because I feel kind of like a hypocrite if I'm like going to the store and I'm buying meat and I'm sitting there like I love steak, you know, but I'm not, you know, willing to get my hands dirty and actually kill the animal that I'm going to eat. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I feel like at some point in my life, I have to do that at least once just to have some sort of level of self-respect for eating an animal.
Other than Zach, who else have you told about this voice? No one. Okay. And I can't remember, did you say you told your mom before she passed? No? Okay, so Zach's the only one you ever told. How about Emily? Did you ever tell Emily about the voice?
Yeah, you can survive as a vegetarian, but
You know,
fuck that. Steak is too good. Burgers are too good. Hot dogs are too good. Pork chops are too good. Bacon is too good. Sorry.
All right, so let's talk about the last couple days. When was the last time you heard the voice?
Yesterday.
What time was it yesterday?
It was at night.
And where we at? You're at work, so you're at Dollar Tree. And what's the voice telling you?
Hurt people.
To hurt people. Hurt people at Dollar Tree or hurt people?
Hurt people in general.
Okay. Doesn't say specifically who? All right. So what happens? Did you hear the voice this morning or no? Yeah, what's the voice saying this morning? Okay, let's talk about it. Did the voice didn't tell you to take Uber, right?
Yes, it did.
It did?
Yes.
The voice said take Uber. Did the
The voice is in me.
You're the voice.
No,
There's
in here.
okay, it's in your head.
Yes.
What is it, a male voice or a female voice?
Male.
Male? Can you tell how old the voice is?
My age.
Okay. Do have
So
a
it's
good
you.
Voice too, or just a bad voice? Is there a voice inside you that says do good things?
So the voice was like, "Hey man, why walk? Take an Uber."
Can't be. You held down a job for 2 years. If you were doing things bad, you wouldn't be able to hold the job down for 2 years.
And if he took an Uber, you know he had a smartphone. So
Okay. I mean, look, everybody has everybody.
It's me, and then my bad side.
I understand. Everybody's got a quote good and bad side. There's people.
No, it's a voice. The voice is in here, and that is me. Just regular me. Just trying.
oh, there goes your insanity plea, buddy.
But
That's
obviously,
done.
Again, when you say it's a voice, it's you.
Right.
It's all you.
It's all you, buddy.
The voice is you as well.
Yeah.
The
You just
voice-
locked your
the voice-
conviction right there.
No, the voice. It's two voices.
Uh-huh.
There's one half that's the good and then the bad.
That too, platform boots. Yep. He had to have a
The-
bank
the
card or a
voice
credit
tells
card.
Me to go to lunch and not pay for my meal, but I pay for my meal because I know that's the right thing to do, right?
Right.
You've asked 2 or 3 times to me today that you don't deserve stuff. I understand that. But the bad side is you as well.
Yep.
Everybody's got a good and a bad side.
My mind's made up.
Do you have any other
Fuck
family
all the
members,
shit that
like
I was saying at the
uncles or
beginning of this
aunts
live
or
stream.
anything, where
Fuck
they
all that shit. This
in
kid knows the
York,
difference
what's
between
the
right
name?
from wrong and chose not to do the right thing.
upstate or the big city?
And he just spelled it out.
When your mom passed away, why didn't any of your relatives take you?
No will.
No will?
No.
What does that mean?
Living will.
Yeah, but I don't have to have a living will. If my sister's kids die, I'm gonna take them in and help them out. Was somebody helping you financially other than yourself pay your bills? Or any of your relatives sending you money? So you're paying all your own bills yourself? I mean, you're
My
19.
mom's money.
Oh, your mom's money when she passed? Was it insurance money or what she had in the bank?
I don't know.
Okay,
It was just there in the bank.
okay, so it's like an account she had?
Yeah.
Does Zach have access to that too?
I tried to get him to have access.
All right, so you do the finances and try to help Zach out as well? Now, when you were going to school at this alternative school, what kind of classes were you taking still?
Alternative classes? I'm
When
kidding.
you weren't depressed, what did you want to be when you got
A
out of
ranger.
a ranger, an army ranger? Did you ever apply, fill out any paperwork to try to go to the army?
I took the odds and failed
Okay, why'd you fail?
because I was stupid.
You what?
I'm stupid.
You're stupid? Okay, were you gonna take it again?
This cop
But you had aspirations.
kid was
to do
totally
something with
fishing
your life.
right there. He's
You wanna
totally
be a-
fishing, saying, I didn't take it because I'm stupid. And he was hoping that the cop was going to be like, no, you're not stupid. A lot of people fail things for different reasons, blah, 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 blah. And cop was just like, oh, because you're stupid? Okay, next question.
So it's a hell of a thing to want to be an Army Ranger. So when you were in school, how much school did you have left before you were going to get some form of a degree?
A long time.
Oh, come on, nothing's a long time. How much more class you think you had? How many credits you think you needed?
I had 15.
15? And that's high school credits to get a high school diploma or college?
High school.
Okay, so you never got a GED or anything?
No.
Okay. Now, that gun that you bought, did it, you know, again, I know you know a little bit about guns. Did it have any kind of special laser sighting on it? None of the red dots or the aim point or anything like that? What's your Facebook? Do you have a Facebook? Do you have Twitter? I don't know half the stuff you guys got, and that's on the phone that you lost on the campus? Yes. What's your, again, you don't know what kind of phone it is. Does it have a passcode?
It's a finger.
A finger? What does that mean? Like
It's a fingerprint.
code? Oh, like, well, how many? Here. How many? Well, let's see. I got my phone here. All right, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, hold on a second. You got to do it on here because it's got do the shape for me on the notepad. With pen. Oh, do it with your finger, so I can read your mini note. Okay, so that's 7 up to 3. That's it? That's it? Okay, so 7 up to 3 is your thing. That's it? But it's not, definitely no number or anything like that. Okay, so other than putting it on your notes, what time do you think you put it on your notes? This morning or last night?
Now there's about 5 minutes left to this, but we're gonna go over
When do you think you put it on?
some other stuff that I just found. So there's plenty of evidence to go over here, folks. But we're not going to spend all day on it.
What
But
were you gonna do a week ago?
Go to a park.
Which particular park?
I decide.
Okay, like a park. What kind of park? Just a
Any
park?
park.
Any park? And what, I mean, you're gonna start shooting people at the park?
Yeah.
And did you have a city picked out for what park you wanted to do? No? What
I
kept,
didn't want to do it.
what kept you from doing it?
My bad side. You know,
No, but what stopped you from doing it at the park? If you were,
I don't know.
you did it 3 weeks ago, the note, but then you didn't do it at the park. So why do you think you didn't do it at the park?
yeah, I'll go over that. I'm not going to go over that right now, Matt Bond, but I will go over that
When you had
at
that
another
done,
time, either later today or
did
tomorrow.
Did brother know? I mean, again, I'm not trying to get brother in trouble. Did you hide it from brother's family, or did they know you had it?
I knew I had it.
Okay, because you legally bought it, but so you didn't hide it from anybody. Okay, and you only fired it a couple times in your mom's garage before she passed. You never been to the range with it at all. You said you were a coward.
Oh yeah. I am.
But you wanted to be an Army Ranger. Was anybody in your family in the Army?
I believe my father was in the Marines.
Marine? Okay.
I never met my real parents.
They're adopted?
I'm adopted.
Okay. How long have you known you're adopted? Your whole life? How long?
My mother told me.
When was that?
Can't remember. She told me
Before or after your dad died?
before after my dad died, but a long time to say something. But I realized.
Okay. Well, that make you feel that you were adopted? I mean, your family was always pretty good to you? Even though they weren't your biological parents, did they treat you like you were their kid? I mean, they treat you good?
I think yes and no.
Well, what was the no? What'd they do that wasn't good?
Put me down.
Put you down what? Like demeaning?
Just put me down, make me feel bad.
Okay, why'd they make you feel bad about what?
That I was crazy, stupid,
Okay.
worthless.
Is Zach their biological son? Or is he adopted too?
That we adopted from the same mother supposedly.
Okay, so you guys are biological brothers, but Did they treat Zach the same way or just you?
Exactly the same way.
Did they ever physically abuse you, beat you, slap you, do anything bad to you?
Mentally only.
Mentally only? And that was, they just made you feel stupid. Do you feel you're stupid?
Yeah, I am stupid.
Well, you said you were a B and C student, so I got bad news for you, pal. I became a homicide detective with C's, so if you're stupid, then I'm stupider than you. So
Nice.
being a B and C student doesn't make you stupid. And Stoneman Douglas is a good school, so it's not like, you know, you're stupid. And again, I keep going back to the fact you held down a job for 2 years, so if somebody thinks you're a reliable worker, because people don't pay you money to work in their business if they think you're stupid. So, huh?
Felt like it just felt bad for me.
Who felt bad for you? Dollar Tree?
The
Okay.
workers.
Not even you believe that.
I do believe it.
That they kept you on because they felt bad for you. Why? You were working there before your mom passed away. Why did they feel bad for you? Did they know you before? I mean, you filled out an application, right?
My mother did it for me.
Okay, but they had to interview you. They didn't interview your mother for the job, right?
There was no interview.
Okay, so they just hired you outright.
It was like Christmas time. Filled out an application for me. At Dollar Tree. They saw me. They asked me a couple of questions.
Mm-hmm.
But I was sad, I'd say.
Okay. Other than Emily, you ever had another girlfriend since Emily?
All right. So that's just part one of the interrogation. We're going to go over a little something else here, folks. And after we watch this, you tell me if this guy is a victim or not.
Hello. My name is Nick, and I'm going to be the next school shooter of 2018. You're all going to die. Pew, 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 pew. Can't wait. All the kids in school will run in fear and hide. From the wrath of my power, every day I see the world ending another day. I live a lone life, live in seclusion and solitude. I hate everyone and everything. With the power of my AR, you will all know who I am. I had enough of being told what to do and when to do. I had enough of telling me that I'm an idiot and a dumbass. But in real life, you're all the dumbass.
Yeah. So there's that. Here's then there's this.
Really disturbing video of the Valentine's Day suspect wielding a BB gun in his backyard. Nicholas Cruz can be seen methodically firing off practice rounds. He is shirtless and wears just boxer shorts and a Make America Great Again cap. After firing at buckets and bottles,
Wow.
he tucks the gun into his waistband and heads inside. A neighbor took the video last October. He says Cruz even pointed the gun at his window. This is the house where Cruz grew up. The neighborhood is called
Wow.
Pine Tree Estates.
Okay.
He stuck out like a sore thumb, and he was
Dude, like Pembroke Pines is a nice area, man. Pembroke Pines is is considered a really nice area. You know, it's upper middle class, if not rich. You go a little further out west or so, you know, there's different areas. You've got Silver Lakes, which is very, very upscale. I mean, you saw that house. Look at the house where this kid grew up. This kid, I'm retracting everything that I was saying at the beginning of all this, because I'm seeing
At his
a
window.
privileged kid.
This is the house where
Look
Cruz
at that house. Look at that house. It's beautiful.
grew up. The neighborhood is called Pine Tree Estates.
He stuck out like a sore thumb, and people feared him.
Police were called to the Cruz home 39 times over 7 years for a variety of issues: mentally ill person, child elderly abuse, domestic disturbance, and missing person.
His face looked very is blank, you know, his eyes looked cold.
He allegedly pelted neighbors' cars with eggs, shot at rodents and chickens with a BB gun, scooped fish from a neighbor's pond, and set his dog on a neighbor's piglets.
All I remember thinking was, oh, that's the last kid I want to have a gun. You know, that was my honest thought was, well, why does he have a gun?
A lifetime of red flags, leaving everyone asking, could the massacre have been prevented?
He was definitely on a downward spiral.
All right, so there's that. And then brace yourselves, folks. This one's going to be tough to watch here.
Now, this as chilling images emerge of the accused shooter inside Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School during the attack. ABC's Ariel Reshef is here with the details on that. Ariel, good morning.
Good morning to you guys. Those images from inside the high school showing the moments leading up to that deadly rampage and a series of apparent security failures by police and school officials. A warning: if there are children in the room, the content here may be disturbing.
Possible shots fired at Stoneman Douglas High School.
This morning, chilling images and 911 calls from the Parkland massacre, painting a timeline of terror. 19-year-old Nicholas Cruz seen here loading an AR-15 in the hallway of Stoneman Douglas High School as a frightened freshman walks past. The Sun-Sentinel reporting that according to that freshman, Cruz telling him, "You'd better get out of here. Things are going to start getting messy." Moments later, Cruz killing 17 students and staff.
Oh my God! Jesus
The release
Christ.
of surveillance videos and audio, all part of a scathing draft report from a Florida State Commission, shining a light on a host of fateful security missteps.
If we can't protect our children in schools, then who can we protect?
Doors unlocked, the gates open, allowing Cruz to get inside undetected.
He got into the 1200 building because that door was unlocked and unstaffed, and that we say that
Sound
that
familiar?
is a security failure.
A campus security monitor failing to call a code red after seeing Cruz carrying a rifle bag. The report saying the spray of bullets set off a fire alarm, sending panicked students and teachers out of their classrooms to escape. This picture capturing kids trapped helplessly in a crammed hallway. Meanwhile, cameras showing school resource officer Deputy Scott Peterson waiting outside on his radio instead of trying to stop the gunman.
I think we got shots fired. Also, shots fired. 1200 building.
5 minutes go by before police officers even enter the building. Cops using surveillance footage on a 20-minute delay to try to track down the armed assailant who had already escaped, according to the Sun-Sentinel.
They are
Wow.
monitoring the subject right now. He went from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor.
While they tried to locate Cruz, he's seen here a few blocks from campus at this McDonald's. Finally, just under an hour later, taken into custody.
A judge entered a not guilty plea for Nicholas Cruz in March. Since the attack, the sheriff's office says it has made some major changes in policy. The findings and a list of recommendations for school safety will be turned over to the Florida governor, guys, next week.
So many issues here. Not
So
having
many.
a PA system, having a security cameras that are on a 20-minute delay.
Yeah, you have 5 minutes for police to enter the building. So think about what happened in those 5 minutes.
Yeah, hopefully lessons are learned here.
Hopefully.
Ariel, thank you. Appreciate it.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos.
So So earlier, Scouse Sally says earlier you said that you don't think that he should get the death penalty, and it's maybe an unpopular opinion, and understandably so. Fair enough. And everybody's opinions here are welcome. You're free to have your opinion. And I started this live stream thinking that the system owed him. And based on the fact that they failed him by not getting him the help that he needed when the time during the time that they had the opportunity to give him the help, that they failed him and they owe him something, meaning, at least to spare his life, right? And then there's the opinion that somebody stated earlier, why not use him to study? It's a rare opportunity, and it's definitely a fact. It's a rare opportunity that we get one of these school shooters alive to where we can study them and understand and try to understand the mindset of these people a little bit better. I'm based on all of these recent school shootings that have taken place and mass shootings that have taken place. I keep coming to the same conclusion, and this one is no different based on everything that we just went over. Like I said, I had a different opinion in the beginning of this, but I didn't have all of the information that we went over now. Again, I go over these things mostly out of reaction, and I did not make myself very familiar with this case when it happened. And yes, he was a kid and he didn't get help. But here's what I say. This is a kid who wanted notoriety. Everything was about him getting attention. He was absolutely privileged. And so I am going to retract my opinion at the beginning of this live stream, and I'm going to replace that opinion with, yes, I absolutely believe that he should absolutely get the death penalty, because I believe that the system does not owe him anything at this point. I think that the system owes us. I think that the system owes the families of those victims. I think that the system owes that particular area. And I think that he absolutely should get the death penalty. I don't see any remorse. I don't see anything. I saw somebody trying to play a cop who was being nice to him in that interrogation. I saw somebody trying to play a cop and tried to convince him that he was crazy. I saw him putting on an act and punching himself in the face because he was trying to build towards an insanity plea. I saw somebody who was acting like he was suicidal when everything dictated that he was somebody who would use suicide as a way to get attention and not actually attempt it. You do not take ibuprofen to kill yourself. Anybody knows that. Ibuprofen's not going to do it. And the fact that he didn't wait around for law enforcement, that he actually fled from the scene, and he hid the rifle and his backpack full of ammo in a stairwell and tried to get away and act inconspicuous, and then was caught walking down a residential neighborhood. That tells me that he was absolutely not suicidal and he was trying to get away with his actions. On top of the fact that there was a major collective failure in law enforcement and how to prevent this. There was a failure in security in the school, and there was a failure in how law enforcement executed the situation. So, based on all of those things, yes, I think that the system being what it is and how it failed, I think it owes society that gesture of putting him down. This guy is not going to do us any good, because in the argument, as far as the argument of wanting to study this person, I don't think that it takes these teams of psychologists and psychiatrists and all these mental health experts to to get together and compare notes and study the guy and break him down and test medications on him and blah 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 blah. I think that it is a pure. I think it falls under a pure situation of, just like all of the other ones that we've been talking about, of some little shithead who wanted attention. Yeah, he had it rough, but those aren't excuses to kill people. Just because you were adopted, just because your parents died, a lot of people have it hard. There's a lot of adopted kids out there who aren't going around and killing people and using it as an excuse to murder people. These things are not excuses. Just because you were dealt a shitty hand in life does not give you the excuse to premeditate a mass murder, arm yourself, and then execute said mass murder. It does not give you the excuse to do that. So fuck that kid. That's what I'm saying. Fuck that kid. Based on that little video that he put out, he obviously was looking for attention. I don't feel bad for him. I think he's absolutely manipulative. I think that the act that he was putting on in the courtroom that fooled me before I saw any of all this other stuff, it fooled me. And I was like, hey, and I'm not saying he's not putting on an act. I'm just saying, based on what I've seen so far, which is prior to the stuff that I just showed, based on what I've seen so far, I am seeing somebody showing remorse. Whether the remorse is genuine or not remains to be seen. I don't know. Now, I have enough to form my own personal opinion. I say fuck that kid. I say put him down. Period. I don't want my tax dollars, and I don't want your tax dollars to go to giving this kid 3 hots in a cot and then sit there and try to complicate things and make things more complicated than what they are, and trying to study the kid and understand where his mind could have been and what led him to this and blah, blah, blah. That interrogating officer he broke it down. He was like, okay, so you're saying a voice in your head told you to do this? And then he's like, okay, but the voice in your head is telling you to do this, but that's called a conscience. There's another side where that tells you that you shouldn't do it. It's wrong. It's wrong. If I walk into a restaurant, there's a part of me that could go, you know what? I could just dine and dash, not pay for the shit, walk out. Right? But there's something that tells me, hey, don't do that. And I make the conscious decision of whether or not to listen to that. That is the difference between a good person and a bad person. That is the difference between a sane person and a crazy person. Okay? Somebody who decides that they just want to kill a bunch of people for the sake of attention is a piece of shit. If you're old enough to understand the difference between right and wrong, fuck you. You know the difference. Make the right choice. If you chose not to make the right choice because you were too concerned with social media infamy, fuck you. You deserve to die. And it's not even a question of whether or not you deserve to die, in my opinion. I'm not a judge. I'm not a judge of who gets to live and who gets to die. That's not my place to decide that. What I'm saying is, I don't feel like you're going to contribute anything to society. I don't think it's as complicated as, oh, it's a mental health issue and we need to understand his mental health issues a little bit better. No, this is a kid who had a hard time and then he decided to use it as an excuse to gain attention. He took a bunch of ibuprofen, not to kill himself, but to get attention. Everything about this kid's behavior indicates that he's somebody who's not necessarily hurting. He's only hurting because he doesn't feel he's getting enough attention. That is not an excuse to murder people. That is not an excuse to kill innocent people. you are a shitbag. And you have no place in our society. Not as far as I'm concerned. You just don't. I mean, what are we going to learn? We need it. So we're going to get a team of a bunch of psychiatrists and psychologists to study this guy until the day that he dies, right? And we're going to get a whole team to do what? To start making up ailments that are, to me, just as fucking mundane as restless leg syndrome, when it's a simple thing. This is a spoiled brat who didn't get enough attention and used his hardships from his childhood as an excuse to do whatever the fuck he wanted and act out. That's not a mental health issue. That's a shitty, spoiled brat. And you're never going to convince me otherwise. You're never going to convince me otherwise. If he's smart enough and he's capable enough to try and actually make an attempt to manipulate a police officer in interrogation and try to manipulate the system by trying to act insane in order to build towards an insanity plea by punching himself in the face right after he looked up at the camera and starts punching himself in the face and start doing this to his head. Like, no, dude, you're not fooling me. Because you released a fucking video saying you're all gonna die. Me and my AR are going to kill you all. That is not a gun control issue. They failed to look at the signs. You looked at all his neighbors. His neighbors are sitting there going, dude, I remember thinking the last thing this dude needs is a gun. And so you have these neighbors, but everybody just wanted to pass the buck. Oh, no, that's not our problem. That's somebody else's problem. Blah, 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 blah. And then what happens? 17 people die. And then 17 people are injured. 17 people, including kids, are dead. Because this dude didn't feel like he was significant enough for his own satisfaction. Dude, YouTube is full of people, including me, who are up here and want to have some sort of relevance, right? We're all up here with our channels and we enjoy the positive attention that we get from our listeners and our viewers. We enjoy that. Anybody who tries to tell you different is a fucking liar. But I'm not out fucking people over in order to do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, either I'm going to come up with something and discuss something that's going to get a lot of attention, or I'm not. You know what I mean? I'm always going to stick to the things that I have convictions for, things that I feel passionate about, and I feel conviction in my beliefs. And sometimes it's going to get me a lot of views. Sometimes it isn't. But what I'm not going to do is manipulate a situation in order to become more famous than I deserve to be. What kind of shit is that? And that's what he did. He went the easy way out. He went the easy way because he knows he's going to get worldwide attention. And what's really funny is, this is what's really, and I don't mean funny, ha ha. I mean, it's strange. Okay. It's strange because all of these school shooters, they all have the same MO, right? They all have the same MO where what they want to do is the motive behind what they're doing is to get attention. The motive behind what they're doing is to be recognized and be reckoned with. A force to be reckoned with. Right? But guess what, dude? The more of you assholes that go out and do this, the more watered down it becomes. You know what I mean? Like, the more of you assholes that do this, the less significant each one of you becomes. At the end of the day, what's going to end up happening is you're just another shitbag school shooter, just another shitbag mass shooter. And then all you're going to do is perpetuate more gun control laws. But you're not going to be significant for shit. Nobody's going to give a fuck who you are. Nobody's going to remember you. Nobody's going to care who the fuck you are, ever. Nobody. The more of you that do this, the less significant any of you are going to be. And you're killing people for no reason. Innocent people, ruining lives, destroying and ruining lives. Mind-blowing, man. Yeah, and he was reported. People showed and expressed concern for this guy's potential behavior. They showed concern for his current behavior, that it could lead to potential behavior that it did actually lead to, and everyone ignored it. So yes, what I'm saying is the system doesn't owe him. The system owes us. Put his ass down. Why should my tax dollars go towards this dude just laying around all day and having his name in the papers? Why? No, see, that's what I'm, and I get your opinion. I just don't agree with it, Scout Sally. I just don't agree with it. You're saying it's a mental health issue and we need to fix the mental health problem in this country. No, I think that mental health is becoming more and more used as an excuse for this type of fucking behavior. Because there used to be a time where it was just like, you know what? Like, it's wrong, so don't fucking do it. But now what we want to do is we want to give this kid the excuse that he was trying to use to manipulate the interrogating officer. He was trying to use the fact, oh, well, my mom died and my dad died. And yes, those are hard things. That's tough. A kid should never have to deal with that. But that's not an excuse for killing people, because he knew it was wrong. He just felt entitled to the justification of doing it when there actually is no justification. The justification simply does not exist. Type of 1, if you think that a mental health issue justifies homicide. I mean, I doubt I'm going to see any ones. I seriously doubt it. There's nothing that justifies homicide. Nothing. Like, how many people in history did it turn out that they were just, they didn't understand their actions? How many famous murderers in history, mass murderers in history, did we as a society deem them excused because of trauma that they had to endure as children? Edmund Kemper hated women. He doesn't even make that excuse for himself. Edmund Kemper hated women. He turned himself in. This is a guy who decapitated women and would have sexual relationships with their severed heads. And he's a genius. He's absolutely intellectually brilliant. Totally got away with it. Nobody knew who he was. He was getting no way he was going to get caught. He was hanging out with cops at the bar because he admired cops and loved cops. Right? But he was abused by his mother his entire life. It was textbook bullshit that his mother abused him and his mother belittled him and treated him like shit. And he hated his mother and he took it out on all other women, right? Until the day that he actually murdered his own mother, cut off her head, raped her head, put her head on a mantle, threw darts at it, put parts of her in the garbage disposal. I mean, he did everything that you could possibly do to physically mutilate a body, and he did it to his own mother, who turned out to be his final victim. What did he do when that happened? Went to a payphone, called the police, turned himself in. Because he was aware of the fact that his actions were wrong. The sickest possible things that a mind could possibly think of that one human being could do to another, he did to countless women. All because he had these deep, psychologically rooted issues that were Freudian in every way possible. But they weren't excuses. Because this man, still to this day, refuses to use that as an excuse for his actions. He's like, you can't ever let me out. He's like, I will definitely kill again. You can never let me out. And then, what does he do now? You know what he does now? He makes coffee mugs in prison. And he voices audiobooks for the visually impaired. And he'll never be up for parole, and he figures there's no point. Ted Bundy never admitted to anything that he ever did. Ted Bundy constantly would deny, and just enjoy the fact that somebody was sitting there listening to him and humoring him with a tape recorder running, and he would just run his mouth. But he would never, ever take any accountability for his actions. Whereas Edmund Kemper took full accountability for his actions. And he was the most twisted, arguably the most twisted serial killer of all time. So when I hear stories like that and I see somebody like that, and then I look at a guy like Nick Cruz, dude, I say lock his ass up. I say put him down. And you know what? I'm not going to be disappointed if he ends up getting life in prison. I'm not going to be disappointed. I'm not going to be disappointed because a human being's life was spared, no matter how ugly they are. I'm not an evil person to where I want to see someone die. My opinion comes from a place of rationality, of practicality. Rationality is not the right word. Practicality. For me, it's economically practical to the American taxpayer to just put the guy down and underground. Period. Because he's not doing anybody any good. Studying the guy is only going to make people, it's only going to make psychologists create more ailments to where a pharmaceutical company is going to come up with a medication for some shit that doesn't need fucking medication, which the side effects are going to probably end up being homicidal thoughts. Yeah. So what good is that going to do? Why not just call it what it is? It's just a spoiled fucking brat who didn't like the way life turned out for him and decided to take it out on people. Since when do we call people like that a victim? That's the kind of fucked up society we're living in now, because we're calling people like this a victim of society. No, he's not a victim of society. He's a victim of life. No more than anybody else. A lot of people out there lost their parents. Dude, I never even knew my dad. My father died when I was a year old from brain cancer. See me going around shooting people, using that as some excuse. I grew up without a dad. Yeah. No. No. I do the best I can to function in society. Because whether I like it or not, I'm part of society. I don't have to like it. You know what I mean? But it doesn't justify fucking it up for other people that are just trying to live their life in harmony with other people in society. It does not give me the excuse to do that. See, Cherry's saying no one's calling him a victim. Nobody's outright calling him a victim. Nobody's outright calling him a victim. But by saying that he's by saying that he needs help, that killing him's not the answer, giving him the putting him down via lethal injection is not the answer, but mental help is going to be the issue and it's going to fix the problem. He needs help. That implies that he's a victim. Just because you're not outright calling him a victim doesn't mean that you're not implying that he is, based on your idea of a solution for the issue. What good is that going to do? Seriously, like, what good is this guy sitting around with doctors, studying him? I mean, what good is that going to do? No, what needs to be fixed is how cops handle these situations. If the Baker Act in Florida exists for a reason. The Baker Act in Florida exists to prevent someone who is showing signs of hurting themselves or others, showing signs of the potential that they could hurt themselves or others. That Baker Act exists to prevent these things from happening. So Florida, Broward County in particular, failed the society within Broward County. They failed. They didn't fail him. They failed the citizens of Broward County. They failed the students of that school. I mean, and that's a fair opinion, Cherry. That's a fair opinion. I mean, I get that. But me, I'm saying, like, you might as well dead. You lock me up in prison. You lock me up in prison for the rest of my life. What good am I doing? I might as well be dead. Right? I might as well be. You lock me up in a cage for the rest of my life. I might as well be dead. So what's the difference? You know what I mean? If you are in a humane manner taking this person's life away from them, taking them off of the planet, off of the surface of the planet, and you're doing it in a humane manner, which is what the lethal injection is designed to do. It's absolutely painless. I mean, I don't see the problem. What's the difference whether they're sitting in a cell locked up or underground, no longer part of society? He has no right to be part of society anymore. His status in society is absolutely stripped from him. His existence is basically stripped from him. So what is the difference between him being in prison without the chance of parole, and you think, let me ask you this. You think that kid's going to last in prison? How long you think that kid's going to last in prison? And the fact that you think that other prisoners are going to have respect for that kid in prison? I don't think so. I don't think so in the slightest bit. Not even a little bit. I don't believe that's going to happen. So he's probably going to get killed in prison. Probably going to get stabbed a bunch of times. So what's worse? Him getting stabbed or strangled to death or beaten to death or lethal injection? And then that brings me to my next point. The only way he'll last is in isolation. Again, what good is he doing anybody in isolation? Now, if he was a smart, intelligent, soulful person, he might inspire another prisoner who gets visitation with their kids, and that kid might take what their dad is saying to heart. You know, there's all these 6 degrees of separation that he could absolutely help somebody, you know, in that manner. But the likelihood of that is practically nil. So he's going to end up probably in isolation, which means he's not going to be doing anybody any good. All he's going to be doing is contributing to your tax dollars being wasted that could be used for something actually productive by keeping this dude alive. 3 hots in a cot. There's veterans. There are United States military veterans who saw combat and who are so riddled with PTSD, who actually need mental help and they can't get it. And they're living out on the street. But we're keeping this guy alive? You going to tell me there's not something absolutely wrong with that? Is there a No, that's not what I'm trying to do. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Clicked on the wrong thing. All right. There we go.
Wouldn't stop. I don't have an absolute correct number or an accurate number that I could count. It just kept going and going and going.
Did all these bangs have the same degree of loudness, or did they dissipate or appear anywhere else in the building?
They were incredibly loud. The ones that were outside of my classroom, it's like you could just feel it within your body, like all throughout your chest. When he was upstairs, you could tell they were faded, but they were just as loud, where you still knew they were gunshots happening throughout the building.
Okay. And how long did you wait before you heard the walkie-talkie and the police said, "Hold on, we'll get you"?
I don't have an accurate remembrance of time. It felt like a long time being there with my students under there. I don't remember what time it was.
Okay. And when you left, how did you leave?
We exited directly right of my classroom, which was there's an entrance exit door there.
The east entrance toward Pine Island? Okay. And you made a 911 call?
I did.
And what time did you make that 911 call?
So when I heard the first gunshot, it was probably seconds or maybe even a minute after, around 2:22.
Okay. And have you heard that 911 call since then?
Yeah.
Let me show you State's Exhibit, Mark, see for identification. And ask you if you can identify this little garage.
Yeah.
Okay, and you've heard this?
Is that a yes? Yes.
Yes. You guys know what this is? 911 call? Yeah, any objection? Okay. When offer State's Exhibit C, please.
Okay, without objection, State's Exhibit C for identification will be received as State's Exhibit 4.
And I'd like to play it.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Good afternoon. Go ahead and be seated. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. You can put your hand down. Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Danielle Gilbert, Gilbert.
State you may inquire.
And Ms. Gilbert, good afternoon. What do you do for a living? Or what?
Oh, I'm a student right now. I go to UCI.
Okay, all right. Normally I would start out by asking your age, but you're out of school now, so I don't want to get anywhere near there. So you're in school, right?
Yes.
Where do you go to school?
University of Central Florida in Orlando.
Okay, what year are you in?
I'm going to be a senior this fall.
Okay, I'd like to call your attention to February the 14th, 2018. Do you remember, were you in school then?
Yes.
And where were you in school?
I was at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School.
Okay, and on February the 14th, 2018, what year were you in?
I was a junior.
Okay. I'd like to call your attention to that day, that Wednesday. Do you remember your fourth period?
Yes.
Okay. What time does school start then on that day?
7:40 a.m.
Okay. And the last class ends at what time?
2:40.
Okay. So your fourth period was what?
AP Psychology.
And who was your teacher?
Miss Rayovan.
And what classroom were you in?
1213.
Okay. So during fourth period, would you please tell us what happened?
Yeah. So at the beginning of the fourth period, when it just started, we were in the middle of a lecture as per usual, and we were all seated in our desks listening to Miss Rayovan give her lecture in the front of the classroom. And in the middle of her lecture, we heard the first couple of shots, and from there we dropped to the ground and started running towards the window. However, our teacher realized that by the window was right in view of where the window was in the door. And so she had realized that and told us to come behind her desk where we were out of sight of the window.
What kind of window was that?
It was a small rectangular window in the door.
Okay. And so what do you do?
And so once she tells us to go ahead over to her side of the desk where we're out of sight, we immediately turn around and all 31, 32 of us go over to that side of the classroom.
Okay. And then what time does class start, the fourth period? 90-minute class?
It's an hour and a half class.
Hour and a half, so like 1:10?
Sounds about right. I don't remember exactly.
Okay, but you know it ends at 2:40?
Yes.
Okay. So tell us what happens after you go near Miss Rioden's desk.
So then we go over to the other side of the classroom by her desk. And at this time, he still hadn't shot into our classroom at that point. We were just sitting, kind of like sitting ducks. We had no way to protect ourselves, no way to stand up for ourselves. And once we were all kind of over by the door and away from the door, that's when he had shot into our classroom. He injured 4 people in my classroom, one of them being fatal. And from there, we just kind of sat and waited until the police came and took us out of the classroom.
Thank you, Grandmaster Sid Sophos. Appreciate it, buddy.
Benjamin Wikander, Samantha Mayer, Madeline Milford, and Carmen Shenchup had passed away.
Okay. And were you near any of them?
Not in particular. They were more towards the podium and by the whiteboard, and I was more towards the door.
Okay. And did you do anything to record what was occurring?
Yes. I'm not exactly sure why, but my initial instinct was to pick up my phone and start recording. And so I did. I took several videos of what was happening.
Okay. And did you retain those recordings?
Yes.
And did you turn them over to the authorities?
Yes.
Okay. And have you viewed those videotapes since?
Yes.
Okay. Let me show you Stacy Exhibit Mark D for identification and ask you to take a look at this drive.
This is going to be tough, guys. Brace yourselves.
Are your
Sorry, I'm eating because I'm starving. I've been sitting here for 3 hours.
Did you initial this to
I did.
say it was the same, one and the same?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time I'd like to offer Stacy Exhibit D.
Is there any objection?
Yes, Judge, we have a second.
Sure.
It's too far south for them platform boots. But I am surprised that JLR's not there. I am surprised since he loves these school shooters. He's a big fan of them. Okay, so yeah, obviously they're not going to show this stuff on TV, which is good. I'm glad I didn't have to like. But obviously what we're looking at here, they're reviewing the video footage taken by the witness of the actual incident. Yeah, so Grandmaster Sid, the reason why Cherry's asking is because I have a Discord for my Patreon members, but Cherry has recently created a Discord for the channel members. So If you're a channel member, you'll be added to that Discord, and you get to interact with each other and outside of the live streams and whatnot. Grandmaster Sid Sofos, just download the app. You should be able to download the app, and then I don't know. Cherry will walk you through being added onto it. She does all that stuff. I don't know how to do that stuff. She does all that stuff. She adds me. I just ate the rest of my salad, which wasn't much. I should have grabbed my chips while I was up there. Petty Patty, the reason why you can't hear anything that's going on is they are going over a video, some video footage by the witness of the incident, and now we should be able to hear what's going on now. But they've muted it so that I'm sure it's very graphic and triggering. So, yeah, as far as I'm concerned, I mean, based on what I'm seeing here, you know, I'm not necessarily a huge fan of the death penalty, as I've explained before. My opinions on the death penalty are basically are based on economic practicality. You know, I mean, you know, like I said, as far as I'm concerned, I'd rather get the lethal injection than be stuck in an isolated cell for the rest of my life till I grow old, you know? So yeah, I think this kid should absolutely get the death penalty. Personally, based on everything that we've seen, I think this kid absolutely deserves the death penalty. Personally, that's just my opinion. And if you disagree with that, that's fine too. And you're welcome to express your opinions in chat, as long as you do it respectfully towards everyone else that's in the chat. And I'm gonna go ahead and do one of these. One of these. Um, All right, folks. I have just erected a poll in the chat. Your votes are anonymous, except for Cherries. But yeah, go ahead and cast your vote. No such thing as a wrong vote. It's your opinion. You're entitled to your opinion. And you're welcome to express your opinions in the chat. I realize it's a sensitive issue, and I realize it's one of those issues that people become split on. So I can only imagine, like, I mean, the thing is I have the stomach for stuff like this. So um, I kind of wish that I could watch what they're looking at right now, just so I can make my own opinion. But I mean, do we really need to see it? Isn't it obvious that he planned this? It was absolutely premeditated. And he planned this and just went in and just started shooting a bunch of unarmed people, you know, in cold blood. Yeah, that's another thing. Like take Colorado, for instance. Colorado has the death penalty, right? That was the thing that happened with Chris Watts, if you remember. In Colorado does have the death penalty, but the thing is almost nobody ever actually gets to the point to where they're executed. They just sit on death row until they die. You know what I mean? So Chris Watts didn't know that. So the way the prosecution handled that situation was they were like, listen, if you plead guilty, we'll take the death penalty off the table, without putting in the detail that you probably will never actually get to the point to where you're executed anyway. So it wouldn't matter if you don't plead guilty. They just basically manipulated the situation and manipulated him basically to plead guilty in order to spare the Rucheks the pain of going through a trial and dragging this on, while he sat there and made excuses and felt sorry for himself and blah, blah, blah. And I think we're getting some sound in a second here. Right. Debbie Williams, you're probably, I mean, this is Florida, you know? I mean, it took, oh, man. Let's check on the poll here. Wow. Okay. So 72% of you so far. Let's see how many of you actually voted. Only 18 votes, but 72% of those 18 votes say yes, that he should get the death penalty. 28 of you say no. Y'all are some cold-blooded motherfuckers. I'm just kidding. I'm actually voting yes myself. So All right. Sorry, I'm checking to see something. So looks like I'm gonna have to do this the old-fashioned way. Hold on. Actually, I might have that here. So Bundy was convicted in January of 1980. Ted Bundy was convicted in January of 1980, and it took 9 years for him to actually be executed. So, and that's Florida. Okay. So he was convicted in Florida, and he was executed in Florida. So it took 9 years. So it really not that long. You know what I mean? It wasn't like he got to this ripe old age and then was executed. That's not what happened with Bundy. But again, it does depend on the state. It depends on how liberal the state is. I mean, it just depends. Like I said, in Colorado, people get on the rare occasion that somebody actually does get the death penalty. Very rarely, I think only one person in the last like 10 years or something like that actually ended up getting executed. So nobody actually ends up getting executed. I think we're about to have some sound now.
Will be received as states D for identification will be received as states 4.
And yes, that's actually a great point, Snatching. Probably because they have to go through the appeals and shit and take a long time. I've heard of people being on death row for 30 years before getting executed. That actually brings me to another point. That actually brings me to another quick point that I'm going to make is nowadays, now that there's so much activism, and rightfully so, there's so much activism for wrongfully convicted criminals who turn out because DNA or whatnot later on turns out to exonerate them. They turned out to be innocent. So now they have to be really careful and give these people the fair chance to appeal. You know, at least in theory, that's just what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that plays a factor as to how long it takes now for somebody to get executed after they're convicted. And if it's taking up to 30 years, 40 years, well, probably a lot of that has to do with the fact that they have to have a fair chance to appeal and prove their case. Because the last thing that you want to do is execute an innocent person. And it does happen. Oh, wait. So we are hearing it. Okay. Trigger warning, guys. Sorry. So I guess the jury had to listen to it first, and then or the judge had to listen to it first to decide if this was, look at people walking out because they can't handle it. This is awful. Oh my God. Jesus. God, that is awful. Oh, these poor parents. This is so sad.
Please.
God, they're so scared. You can hear them, how scared they are. I hope this hearing goes quick, man. I hope that this doesn't last like weeks. I really hope that this is just that they present all the evidence and then the jury just makes their decision, because I hate seeing these families go through this. This is absolutely horrific. Yeah, I get all that, Karen, but no excuse. He knew right from wrong. I can't imagine how scared these people are.
These are police. These are police. We're okay.
And the fact that he's showing remorse here, I don't think helps his case. I'm sure his lawyers told him that it does, but all it does is tell me that he knows exactly what he did.
Hey. 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 My phone's over there. It was on my desk. Hey. They're coming. They're coming. We're okay. There's glasses.
Oh my God. Are you recording this?
Hey.
All right, guys. 3 down. 3 injured. Is anybody injured? Yeah. Shot. Where? Come here. You come up. Can you walk? Where were you shot? I need help. I need help. I need help.
Jesus Christ. This is awful.
Logan, my desk is my water bottle. Can you get my phone? With the bag, with the water bottle next to the balloon. Yes.
Let's go. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Follow me. Follow me. Follow me. Okay,
Look at these people.
Go, 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 go.
You're going to tell me that those people don't deserve justice however they see fit? You're going to tell me that any of those people don't deserve justice however they see fit? You look at them and tell me that he doesn't deserve the death penalty if they feel that he deserves it.
Okay, Ms. Gilbert, I want to show you State's Exhibit marked 3 that's been introduced into evidence. And if you'd be good enough to point out classroom 1213 for us. And do you have the, let me see. Yeah, okay. Could you circle 1213? Thank you. Okay. Ms. Gilbert, thank you very much. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Does that have any questions?
No, no, thank you.
Thank you, Miss. You're excused. State when you're ready. Call your next witness.
Dylan Kramer.
Poor people, man. Jesus.
Dylan Kramer.
I can't even imagine.
Kraemer.
I love that they're just going to keep this moving along. I just thank goodness for that. That they're just moving this along without any hiccups. Just keep it going. Get this over with. Get these families justice. Well, they're not making anyone watch it except the jury. This is evidence, Michelle. I mean, I realize it's tough. I mean, I'm over here having a hard time myself, but these people, that's video evidence to decide this shooter's fate. And the family's reaction is something that the jury needs to see.
afternoon, Mr. Kramer. We don't get called Mr. very often because we're young, but that's what we do in court. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, a loud toddler. I'm glad you asked that question. The jury has to be unanimous. If one person on that jury feels that he does not deserve the death penalty, he will get life in prison without the possibility of parole.
Where do you go to school?
It will be settled right there and then.
Okay, could you lean forward?
The jury
so
has
that,
to be totally
the
unanimous.
microphone can pick you up, okay? Thank you, sir. What year are you in?
I'm a junior.
And what course are you pursuing?
I am a studio art major.
Okay. I'd like to call your attention to when.
I'm sorry? Can you move it closer to me?
This one.
Okay, if you would just lean in a little bit, please. Thank you.
Okay. So where did you go to school on Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018?
Yeah, and without any regard for the other bleeding hearts that are actually the parents,
Attention to the fourth
the
period.
rightful bleeding
that day.
hearts,
Dylan, do you remember what class?
that in my opinion
It
matter.
was room 1214, Ms. Seamus's History of the Holocaust.
Okay. And please tell us what you remember happening during fourth period.
We were in the hallway, or sorry, we were in the classroom. We finished up with our work. Out of nowhere, we heard a very, very loud sound, assumably gunshots. We all ran to the corner of the room.
What's he smiling
I went
about?
to the room next to the door. The other half of the class went to diagonal of the window. And we knocked down a file cabinet, tried to get behind it, get as many students behind it, and kind of just waited. And then I peered around the corner, and eventually the shooter started shooting through the window, and bullets were flying through. Ducking down, waiting.
Well, she was the one
20, 30 seconds,
who filmed it.
stopped.
That was her evidence. She's the one who
Looked over,
captured
and
the
2
evidence,
people were
Michelle.
dead, and multiple people were shot.
Okay. And you said the bullets came through the window. Describe where this window was.
The window was in the door into the classroom right in the middle.
Okay. And did you see anything through the window?
Yes, sir.
What did you see?
I saw the shooter.
What did he look like?
Wearing a hat, glasses, a vest, and I could see his gun.
And did you see the gun?
Yes, sir.
What did the gun look like?
A large AR-15.
Okay. So you said that 2 students were dead. Who were they?
Nicholas Darrett and Helena Ramsey.
Okay. And did you see anyone who else was wounded?
Yes.
Who was wounded?
Sam Grady, Sam Fuentes, Isabel Checker. I can't remember. Multiple people.
Okay. So tell us what happened after that.
Well, she was a
we waited. I
witness.
called the
Yeah,
police.
of course she had to watch it on the
called
witness stand. It was her evidence.
My parents, or text my parents. I checked Nick's pulse, and I waited for the police to show up. Eventually, they came through, cleared us out, took out the wounded first, and then basically just told us to run out of the building.
I'm sorry.
Out of the building.
And approximately how long did you wait before the police arrived?
Maybe 15 to 20 minutes.
Okay. And there come a time where you viewed a video of what occurred.
Yes, sir.
And what did it show?
It showed a student in my classroom and the door where the shots were coming through, and you could hear the shots.
Okay. And did that
It's
video?
a necessary evil, unfortunately.
Did you pick what you saw and what you heard?
Yes, sir.
On February the 14th, 2018. I want to show you State's Exhibit Mark E for identification. Mr. Kramer, and ask you if you could look at this drive for me.
Yes, sir.
And have you seen this before?
I have.
And did you watch what was on this video, this audio video?
Mhm.
Did it accurately depict what you heard and saw on February the 14th, 2018?
Definitely.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer State's Exhibit E.
Mr. Wheeler, are you handling this witness? Defense?
Judge, same objections again.
Okay. Over the defense objection, State's Exhibit E for identification will be received as State's Exhibit 6.
May I play it, Your Honor?
Yes, the sheriff's office who was blocking some of the view has moved. You need them back.
I don't think so. No. I don't
Okay.
think so.
Well, Michelle, they can't make up their mind.
Holy shit. Oh my God!
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. See, that's irresponsible thinking, people. Michelle, Scout Sally, you're sitting here saying the jury must have already made up their mind, blah, blah, blah. They can't. They can't make up their mind until they've heard all the evidence, until they've seen and heard all of the evidence. That is how due process works. Sorry if I'm getting annoyed, but you guys are sitting here making these comments like, well, why does this person have to see this or hear this and blah, blah, blah. Unfortunately, it's the process. It's how it works. If we didn't have this process, we would not get thorough justice. As much as it sucks, it's just the way that it is. And let's be respectful in chat, please, guys, because this is not easy for anybody here. At least it shouldn't be. But this isn't for anybody. This isn't easy for any of us to listen to or hear. So let's try to be empathetic towards the other people who, you know, are sensitive to this. I think it was a slip up. Prosecution's really dropping the ball. Petty Patty, I think you're right. You're saying so that they didn't have to go over that because they did it with the last footage and then they played it. So why did they fail to do that this time? You know, and then just played that very graphic footage. I mean, did they play that very graphic footage prematurely? Did they just slip up here? Because again, all it takes is just one of these jurors to be like, and all it takes is for the defense to go, hey, what the hell's the prosecution doing here? I mean, Yeah, I mean, that slip up right there could have really done it could have really helped the defense team. But I'm not sure if it was a slip up or not. I honestly don't know. Right. And they need due process in order to make the verdict stick. That's absolutely true. Because even though there's a verdict, they can appeal. I mean, I guarantee you that this kid's lawyers are going to appeal no matter what happens here. If he gets the death penalty, if the jury decides that he gets the death penalty, then make no mistake, they will absolutely try to appeal. The adoptive mom is dead, though, Karen. No, I mean, maybe that's true. I don't know, but is everyone okay? I know this is tough. It's hard to hear only because there's no sound going on right now. They have the sound muted. But we're about to get sound back right now. Oh, they'll never put him on the stand. Yeah, I don't think they'll ever put him on the stand. That would just be foolish for the defense to even allow him up there.
Mark 3. Can you see it?
No, sir.
Would you please circle classroom 1214 where
I
you
can't
were?
see it.
What?
Yeah, but that'll never happen, Matt Bond.
See it? You know how to do it?
Should 12 person?
That's it. Okay. All right.
So many have already walked out, Karen. Many have already walked out. They already played footage taken from the last witness's cell phone.
Take a 15-minute recess at this time. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves, and we'll be back with you shortly.
I mean, he does have the right to. All right, so they're going to take a 15-minute recess. In the meantime, we'll just I'll just kind of look over chat and Yeah. You know, if there's any smokers in that courtroom right now, they're like, I've never needed a cigarette more than I need one right now. Guaranteed, man. Yeah, Karen, we've gone over all of that already. I've been on for almost 4 hours. We discussed all of his history. We discussed all of the signs, his diagnosis, all of the things he was diagnosed with as a child. We've gone through all of that. So yeah. I mean, yeah, and all of the Petty Patty, all of the footage from the Uvalde shooting was just surveillance footage, you know. I mean, 10-year-olds aren't likely going to have phones that in class that they're going to be able to film, you know, but even all that surveillance footage that we saw from the Uvalde shooting, it doesn't even compare to how graphic what we just heard was. It's not even close to as graphic. This is just heartbreaking. I don't know if we need to actually see it. You know what I mean? I don't think we need to actually watch. I mean, what do we need to see? What we already know happened? We know that he went in there with a rifle and shot people who were unarmed, targeted people. We saw that he played I mean, I don't need to see it. I have no desire to see it whatsoever. And you know, I don't need to yeah, I that's not going to explain to us why it happened. I get what you're saying, Grandmaster Sid, but uh I I I don't think that seeing it's going to explain in any way, shape, or form why it happened. Um, we know why it happened based on all the facts leading up to it. Um, yeah, that footage is going to stay sealed because they were minors. I mean, I don't think any of them are minors anymore, um, except for the freshmen. Uh, so yeah, they're still minors. Some of them, some of these victims are still minors, I would say. Uh, well, maybe not. No, by now, I mean 2018 is 2022. I don't think any of the victims are minors anymore. So, oh wow, okay. So we got 36 votes in the poll, and 70%. This is pretty close. 70% feel that he does deserve the death penalty, um, and 30% feel that he does not, which is very interesting. And just a quick recap here. Um, while we're waiting during that, let's do this. We're going to go over a little more of that interrogation while we're waiting for this recess.
So, what do you think, Mom would think?
So his brother just walked into the interrogation room. The police officer sitting off to the side, and we're going to listen in. This is about 13 minutes long.
No. She would cry. She would cry. You're people think you're a monster now.
A monster?
You don't have anything. You're not acting like yourself. Why? Like we've. This is not who you are. Like, come on.
Now, before I continue, based on Cherry's comment here, you know, she's saying, I still don't agree with the death penalty. Come at me, bro. I want to make it clear that I didn't set up that poll in the chat to decide whether or not the death penalty is right or wrong. I just wanted to get an idea of how you guys felt about it. I wanted to get an idea of what my chat's overall opinion was. And I'm seeing it's pretty split. I mean, obviously the majority is in favor for him getting the death penalty, but it's not like it's 90% in favor. It's 70% in favor and 30% not in favor. And I understand that. I'm not criticizing anybody who doesn't feel that way. There's your opinions are absolutely valid. I may not agree with it, but you know, I understand it.
Why'd you do this? Don't even laugh, dude. This is. I tried it. What happened to your Instagram?
Dude, he
I tried
laughed.
to text you like literally a couple of days ago because I had this bad feeling in my heart. What happened to your Instagram? Why did you text days ago? Because I tried it. What happened to your Instagram? I tried to text you like literally a couple of days. This is not who you are. Like, come on. Why'd you do this? Don't even.
He's
laugh.
smiling and laughing.
I tried it. What happened to your Instagram? I tried to text you like literally a couple of days ago because I had this bad feeling in my heart. What happened to your Instagram? Why did you text me? What happened to it? Why did you stop with your social media?
People.
What do you mean people, dude? It's irrelevant people. What? Who? Tell me exactly who.
This is
Who
an
made you
interesting
believe
strategy from the interrogator to bring in his brother.
People.
What people?
People.
Do you think this is not even a game? You're not gonna wake up and be out of here.
Exactly.
You're in the hospital, and I told you I had your back. Remember, your mom died. Remember, we were walking down the hallway, and I told you. You don't remember. You probably don't, because you just did some fucked up shit. I told you when we were walking down the hallway. That's just me and you, and I had your back. All right, I know you probably feel like you have nobody, but I care about you. I literally would pour my heart out for you. I know I make it seem like I didn't care about you at all. I know I made it seem like when we were growing up that I hated you. I didn't like you. But truth is, I just didn't want to look like I didn't want to look weak. I love you with all my heart. Like I will tell you, I'm telling you right now, I love you.
This is tough,
I
man.
know what you did today. Other people look at me like I'm crazy for you, and I don't care what other people think. Like you're my brother. I love you. I want you to. You can't. How you? Can I hug him?
Yeah.
As long as you. I mean, yes, I love you too, bro. I know what you've gone through, bro. That's okay, bro.
Wow.
I know how you grow up. I know exactly. People don't understand you like I understand you. Yeah, I don't. You don't know what you want to do with your life. You didn't know what you wanted to do with your life. How do you not know what you want to do with your life? You talk about the army.
I know.
You talk about. I think that's really it. You never really told me about what you want to do with your whole life. You couldn't, why would you jeopardize that? Like, you can't even own a gun now. You can't even, I mean, it's not even about the gun. I don't know why I'm talking about that. You're only 19.
Yeah, I was thinking the
You know
same
how many
thing.
years you had ahead of you? You know how many years you had? Years. You're still stuck in your teenage mindset and you did this dumb shit. You're not thinking about your future.
I still care for you.
What? I still love you.
Still love you too.
Bro, like, I mean, I wish I could have prevented this.
Yeah,
I
it's
feel
his
like
brother.
It's a big part of like, my fault also, because, you know, we grew up together. Like, I know I was the nicest to you. I know I probably made you feel like shit. And you told me that, I'm pretty sure that you told me that I made you want to kill yourself or something. And I'm sorry that I grew up being a dumb jerk to you and made fun of you and didn't want you to hang out with my friends, even though there's nothing wrong. Like, I think about it, like, I was just, I don't know.
Dude, whose brother isn't like that though?
I don't even know how to
My
talk.
brother didn't want me hanging out with his
Can't even
friends.
see Kobe anymore or Maisie. And that's what you would text me. You'd be like, "Oh, how are Kobe? How amazing? They're good." Like,
Dude, my brother and me are so tight now. When I was a kid, my brother would tell me
I swear, like,
that I was the afterbirth.
I even cried.
That I was
dude.
the accident.
I've thought about like, you killing yourself. And
Like I was a
cried,
genetic defect.
and
That's what
by
my brother
myself,
used to tell
I
me.
think, damn, like this kid, like if he killed himself, like I feel like shit because this is my brother. Like I love him.
I'm a failure, dude.
I mean,
No, you're feeling sorry for yourself.
no,
That's it.
You're lost. You're not in your head. Like you're not with yourself.
Yeah, that's what brothers do, man. It's their job.
Like, something in your head is not.
Is to
you're
toughen
not
you
right
up.
in the head. That's for sure. You're not right in the head. Even though we chilled and like I've understood you and like remember those days when we go to the pool?
Yeah.
And we talk. We talk going there and walking back about crazy shit. Like, I liked hanging out with you, dog, but you know, like we have different like thought. Like we didn't really like
relate.
I don't know. We do different stuff. That's why I wasn't always there. You know, I like to skate. You like to guns. You like guns. That's all I knew. I didn't feel it like that. I was like, man, I don't even want to leave. I want to stay here with you, but I can't. I can't, dude. I want to talk to you. Like, I would love to just talk to you one-on-one without anybody. Like, I wish you could just get up and walk with me and we could walk, but nope.
That's all gone. That's all over. You're never gonna get to do that again.
All right, well, like I said, I gave you guys some time together. No, I understand that now.
I'm coming to your trial. I'm coming to everything. All right, I'll come see you whenever I'm allowed to. I'll have everything. I swear to God, every time I have the chance to see you, I will come see you.
Thank you.
I swear on everything I love, I will come see you every chance I am given. All right, no matter what happens, I'm gonna come see you. All right.
Yeah, they had the same
I'm gonna come
adoptive
see you.
parents.
I care about you. All right. I'm gonna come see you. All right.
Yeah.
I promise.
That's a
I'm
good
gonna come see
point
you
right
every
there.
time. I care about you. All right. I care about you, dog. Like I hope you know.
He had the same misfortunes as he did.
You really messed up this time. Like at a point where like it's not even like a joke. It's not. No one can get you out of this, dog. Like. I'll have another conversation with you another time, all right? I'll try to talk to you.
The cop's like, you're fucking up my case, man. Get out.
But, you know, his concern to me was
Just stay solid, all right? Just don't hurt yourself, all right? So just live your life, all right? Please do not kill yourself, all right? You're given one life, like you don't understand. I don't think you understand that. You're given one life. You only can live one time, all right? Don't just end it because you don't like how it is. Live your life. See how it is. Even if it's gonna feel hopeless.
And
if it feels hopeless, you just gotta push through, dog. That's all I can tell you right now.
and he's not wrong. I mean, realistically, is it likely that that's going to happen? No. But if he ends up with life in
I
prison,
literally can't stay here with you. Like I want to stay here with you. I don't want to go. I don't want to go back out there. All right. And people are crazy out there right now. I do not want to go back out there, but I have to.
Okay.
All right. I'm gonna come see you, bro. Please. Don't forget, all right?
Okay.
When you're feeling hopeless, think about me, all right? I love you. I believe
well,
good things
you're
for
gonna
you.
have the chance to talk to him on the phone. They have phones and everything over there and everything else. So once he gets situated, he can call you.
Just stay solid, all right? Just be strong. Be strong for me, all right? If you're not for yourself, remember, think of me. Be strong for me, please. Because I love you. I don't care about anybody else in my life right now. I don't care about skateboarding. I don't care about nothing. I don't care about being cool. I don't care none of that. I don't care about you right now, all right? I don't care what people think about me.
That's interesting.
I love you and I care about you. I don't care what nobody thinks. I care about you. I care about you. I don't care what other people think. I just want you to know that I love you, dog. Like I really do. Like I feel like I had a better bond with you than mom. Like, all right, so I really gotta go. So.
Okay, then.
Like I said, you're gonna get the chance to talk to him once he gets
yeah, his
home.
brother's probably a dick.
All right.
You know, I mean, who knows?
Just stay solid for me, all right?
I will.
And try to find God, all right?
Okay.
Just, you say you have a demon, try to find God. Because God is good. God will be there for you. Just, when you're thinking in your head, just try to connect with God, all right?
Okay.
Try to see, like, just try to connect with someone except besides negativity in your head. Try to think of positive things, all right?
Yes.
All right, I love you.
I love you too.
I'll see you, all right? This isn't the last time I'm going to see you, all right?
Okay.
So just stay strong, all right?
Okay.
All right, dog.
I love you.
I love you too. I really do. I love you all my
Man,
heart.
that's awkward as
I don't-
fuck.
I don't
Like,
care
how's
about no one
he?
else but you right now.
He just doesn't want to walk away from
Even
him.
when
You
it
know.
doesn't happen, I only care about you. Sorry, that might not make sense. But,
Okay, come on, Zach.
I'm just gonna.
I think he
If I
understands.
If I keep talking, I'm just gonna keep jumbling my words.
No, I know. That's why I understand. He understands what you're
I
saying.
have one more hug. Just one. One hug. I want you to know, bro. I really care for you and I love you. All right.
Okay.
And you'll get through this. All right. Just stay solid. All right. It's gonna suck for a while, but. All right.
No, it's gonna suck forever. But the thing is that he was right when he was saying, you know, like you only have one life.
More water?
Yes.
If he gets life without the possibility of parole, if he gets spared the death penalty, he could still do positive things with himself. Just like Edmund Kemper, as I was talking about earlier, he could still find a way to contribute in some way, shape, or form, as long as he's not completely in isolation. And even if he is completely in isolation, maybe he can do arts and crafts. Maybe he can express himself artistically in some way and inspire. Maybe he can maybe he can get help, and then he can help inspire and help other inmates work through their personal shit. You know, there's possibilities. His life isn't absolutely completely over. You know, he can actually do this. He was arrested several times. We're talking about the brother here. He was arrested several times, and his bail conditions were he wasn't allowed in Parkland other than his court dates.
One more? I said, you wanted to talk to him, so I followed through for you, all right?
Thank you.
No problem. Want anything to eat?
Yes.
All right, well, same thing applies because of the things you said. I'm gonna take your handcuffs off. I'm gonna have to sit in here and watch you eat, all right?
That's fine.
Okay, let me see if I can find something. May not be nothing but a couple snacks.
Okay.
Yeah, like he's not going out to McDonald's for him, you know what I mean? Like he's gonna go to the vending machine and get him whatever the fuck is the cheapest thing out of the vending machine just to make sure that he has nourishment. So this recess should be over soon. As soon as this recess is over, obviously we'll be back on track. But I'm gonna share the screen on that anyway, so we don't miss anything. And yeah, no, clearly, dude. Listen, I grew up around people just like that. I could tell that his brother was no angel at all, you know. Like I could absolutely tell that his brother is no angel. I grew up around kids with that accent who talk just like that. I talked like that growing up. I talk because it was my environment. It's, you know, like you'll hear me get heated up on this channel sometimes, and I will talk just like that dude. You know what I mean? Like it's just that kid is from South Florida and he's got basically a Hialeah accent. Now, maybe he's not from Hialeah, but he's only 10 minutes away from Hialeah. Well, about 15 minutes away from Hialeah. And he probably did a lot of skating in that area. And some of the skater kids that I knew, like there's always that stereotype that skaters are just, you know, they're you know, they found some positive thing to do with themselves physically, you know, and they're staying out of trouble and blah blah blah. No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. A lot of them did. A lot of them used skating to stay out of trouble. A lot of them just happened to be skaters and wanted to get good at skating while they caused a bunch of shit and a whole bunch of ruckus and a whole bunch of mayhem. Like it's very, very, very possible, if not likely. Like I knew some skaters growing up that were shit bags, total shit bags. I've seen people get beat up with skateboards. Like it's, yeah. So no, dude. Like, don't think just because this brother came in acting all, you know, sweet and looking out for his little brother and blah blah blah. Like you could also tell that he was just kind of like, dude, I can't even fucking relate to this guy. There was no physical connection between these two, like blood. Like me and my brother are total opposites, but we have that blood connection. Like no matter what, if he's wrong, I will fucking take 10 bullets for him. If he's wrong and he's the aggressor, I'm standing in front of 10 bullets for him if I have to, because he's my blood, he's my brother. I don't care how wrong he is. And my brother has done it for me. Like I was the big mouth as a kid, and I would run my mouth, and there would be somebody who wanted to whoop my ass who was bigger than me, and I just didn't give a shit, and I couldn't fight him, but my brother would fight him, you know? And he didn't give a shit. And then, you know, I'd get smacked around by my brother afterwards because I got him in some shit, you know, because he's not going to not defend his little brother. You know what I mean? No, it's not Scotch tape on my hat. It's a logo. You just can't see it. Right. Yeah. See, that's not, you know, like, and he was probably using the fact that his brother was, you know, doing what he did, or his brother did what he did as some sort of excuse to feel sorry for himself. oh, you don't have to live with the fact that your brother's a crazy school shooter, blah, 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 blah. You know, like I grew up with people like this my whole life, dude. They're not blood related. They're not blood related. They're both adopted, from what I understand. Matt Bond can verify that better than I could. He's done more research on this case. I'm glad to have you in my chat, by the way, with all the knowledge that you have on this case. But I don't think, I mean, I would assume now maybe he's the natural child of the two adoptive parents. That's possible. But he's adopted. So no, they're not blood related. At least I don't think so. I mean, yeah, basically. I mean, yeah. I mean, I remember, man, I was in a real tough spot and I was suicidal and everything. And I went through this thing, and then I ended up getting locked up, you know, in Georgia for being suicidal. I remember this. And it was my brother that got me through it, you know. I remember being there and being like, you know what, like I'm not even suicidal anymore, because that was what was interesting. Is like when they finally like busted in my door, and you know, the sheriff's department busted in my door because they had reports that I was suicidal, and they busted in to stop me from actually committing the actual act of committing suicide. I had already decided. I had already like been like, this is, I can't believe I put my family through this, blah, 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 blah. And I was already taking the steps forward to be like, I'm not doing this, you know? But then sheriff's department didn't get that memo, and they busted in, and then they took me to this place that I had to spend a week in for observation or whatever. And I was just like, I'm good, but I need to get back and figure out how to pay my rent, because I can't work if I'm in here and my rent isn't going to get paid, and I need to get out of here. And I was stressing out about that. And then I'm talking to my brother on the phone, and my brother was just like, dude, you're in there. You know what I mean? Like you're not getting out until they tell you can get out. So you might as well just use the opportunity of being in there to learn from as best as you possibly can. It's futile to worry about what the fuck is going on with your apartment right now until you like, you know, you might as well just deal with the fact that you're in there and use it to your advantage. Like it can't hurt, you know? And then that's when I started, like, that's when I came up with the whole glare thing. And so, I mean, he was right. You know, what that did was just solidify and give me more reason to be like, there's no way that I would ever do this to myself. Whatever the fuck is going on with me that's making me think like this needs to be fixed. And there's nobody that's going to do it but me. There's no doctor that's going to come along that's going to help. There's no medication. I refused to take medication the entire time I was in there. I was like, you haven't even diagnosed me with anything, and you want to give me medication? What's the medication for? I've already decided to go sober, and you're trying to drug me in a place that is a detox place for other people. There's other people in here to detox, and you're trying to drug me? That makes no sense. So I refused to take anything. The only thing I took was ibuprofen the whole time I was in there. They were like, oh, you have to sign this that you're refusing medication, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I'm refusing the medication. I don't know what the fuck you're trying to give me. You know, you're just trying to keep me docile. Like, no, I'm not here for that. And so I did the best I could within that week. And that's when I came up with this. And like I say, every time I bring it up, that's for me. That's not for you. I mean, it could be. If you want it to be, knock yourself out. But I don't use this to preach at people. That's for me, period. That saved my ass. But the point being, I found something to save my own ass. You see what I'm saying? If you got these problems, find whatever it takes to save your own ass. If you're suicidal, if you're depressed and you're struggling with anxiety, or you're better put, you're suffering from anxiety, because I also realized through this process, my anxiety and depression is never going to go away. That's something that's there. It's embedded in you. It's wired in you. If you have anxiety and you have depression, there is absolutely no cure for it. There is a method. There is letting it make you suffer, letting it take you over and affect your decisions. There's that. Or there's understanding that it's not going anywhere and it's you against it. Whatever the fuck you have to do to manage it, you figure out how to manage it. This is my way of managing it. This is my way of managing it. Focusing on those things. Because it works for me. Whatever the fuck you got to do, that's on you to figure out. The whole point that I'm trying to make here is find whatever the fuck you got to do to save your own ass. I found my way to save my own ass. Find your way to save your own ass. Nobody's responsibility to do that other than yours. It's nobody's responsibility to do that other than your own. Unless you're a child. If you're a child, that's a different story. And guess what? Even when you're a child, it takes the only thing that the adults in your life can do is help you figure out how to do that. They can't do it for you. Your individualism is, you can either allow it to make you feel lonely, or you can allow your individualism as a form of empowerment, as an empowering trait in yourself. But that's a choice that nobody can make but you. I'm not here to tell you how to manage your anxiety or depression. I'm not here to do that. I'm not qualified to do that. I don't have a mental health profession degree. I don't have these things. You know? I mean, so I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm not here to tell you how to save yourself. All I'm telling you to do is, if you want to be saved, you have to find the means to save yourself, whether it's this way or through Jesus or through fucking skateboarding, whatever the fuck it takes. Could be oil painting, whatever. Could be anything. But it's up to nobody but you to figure that shit out and then apply it and then stick with it and discipline yourself to stick with it. Nobody else is going to do that but you. Nobody's going to come along and save you. Let me say that one more time. Nobody's coming along to save you. It's never going to happen. That is not the world we live in. I use exercise too. Now, there's no gym around me. I ended up moving in the middle of nowhere. So I do miss working out. But I used to work out every day. It was a great way to manage my depression and anxiety, was setting physical goals for myself and meeting those goals. Absolutely. Karen. Matt Bond, music used to be mine. What's so funny is I don't even give a shit about music anymore. Like, I don't care about music. I used to be so passionate about music, and now I just don't even give a fuck.
The defense is moving for a mistrial. During the testimony of Dylan Kramer, he
shown two Snapchat videos that were admitted into evidence over the objection of the defense. The objections of the defense were that they were cumulative and that they were inflammatory. Mr. Wheeler adopted the same argument.
Wow. Let me pause this for a second in case you guys didn't catch what just happened. During that recess, the defense moved for a mistrial. So this could get thrown out and he could just end up with life in prison. So those of you that don't want the death penalty, you may have a win here, just so you know. And they're saying that it's because of those Snapchat videos that were admitted into evidence. They weren't presented properly by the prosecution. The prosecution blew it.
Those two Snapchat videos that were taken by Matthew Walker inside of the classroom of 1214. During the testimony of Mr. Kramer, he indicated and provided eyewitness testimony as to what he had seen and what he had heard, indicating a description of the firearm that he believed that he saw, as well as the individuals that he witnessed being murdered. When the Snapchat videos were published to the jury at the highest volume possible.
Wow, there it
and
is.
also displayed to the gallery.
Petty Patty, you were right. Good call, Petty Patty.
The state admitted he said he had it at the highest volume possible and then he had to reduce it. The video was also displayed to the gallery. It was during that time that one member of the victim's family or friend made an audible an audible response saying, "Turn it off, turn it off." It was at that time that the court turned on the white noise. The Broward Sheriff's Office followed the instructions the court had previously given them, which was that any individual who is disruptive or has an emotional outcry should be removed by the Broward Sheriff's Office. Judge, it is necessary to declare a mistrial in this case because the jury was present during all of this. It would bring unfair prejudice to Mr. Cruz.
There it is.
Fair trial rights. It could inflame the jury, garner additional sympathy and anger towards the client. A denial of this motion would violate Mr. Cruz's right to due process guaranteed by the 15th and 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution, as well as Article 1, Section 9 of the Florida Constitution, and 6th and 14th Amendments of the United States Constitution, Article 1, Section 16 and 22 of the Florida Constitution, as well as the 9th and 14th Amendments of the United States Constitution, equal protection and basic rights guaranteed by the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution. Based on the foregoing reasons, the defense moves for a mistrial as the prejudice to Mr. Cruz by what happened in this courtroom in front of the jury would render this court to provide Mr. Cruz with the ability to have a fair and impartial trial. This is upon consultation with our client, and he is in agreement.
That's it.
First of all, my desk is elevated, and I could not see who was speaking because the person is in at least the 6th or 7th row, which I would say is at least 150 feet.
Yeah, but that's weak, Judge. Come on. That's weak.
That's number one. Number two, I couldn't hear what the person said. In the abundance of caution, I asked the white noise be put on. But somebody shouting one thing when you don't see them or you can't hear exactly what they're saying is not even close to grounds for a mistrial. The jurors, I don't even think any of them looked. As far as the volume being on the
Oh man, this is gonna be all over the news.
That's not grounds for a mistrial. I asked the state next time, turn it down a little bit, but so that people can see it, but your motion's denied.
I understand
Boom.
the court's ruling that as an officer of the court, I can make a representation that I heard the individual in the gallery of this courtroom say twice, turn it off, turn it off.
Wow.
Do you want to say anything on state?
I thought she had it. The judge is like, nope, shutting that shit down right now.
Told me, Your Honor, and that's the only reason that I knew. The defense did not tell me what the witness said until just now, as an officer of the court or not.
Your Honor, the state agrees with the court's ruling, and the volume was very loud. It was extremely loud, and
Yeah. It was.
I think that the witness, or not the witness, turn it off, the volume was so loud as if to turn the volume down, Your Honor. That's what it could be attributed to. And we agree with the court's ruling. The motion for mistrial should be denied.
Great. State, do you have another witness to call?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
The judge was like, nope. Nice try. Nope.
Small oversight.
The judge is not a Karen, Cherry. The defense attorney's a Karen. Because, dude, you're gonna try to declare a mistrial because one of the family members of the victims, who may or may not have said, turn it off, because they were traumatized by hearing their child get murdered in cold blood, and the person who did it is sitting right there. You're going to tell me that the judge is being a Karen? Come on. Come on. Now, the defense is being the Karen here. No offense to you, Karen, in my chat. I'm sure you get this shit all the time. Sorry about that. But yeah, it might be grounds for an appeal. I agree with you, Matt Bond. What do you mean? Because she didn't hear it. She didn't hear it. Doesn't count. I mean, how does that make her the Karen? It's right. The volume was so loud, and that's the prosecution's defense on that. I know that sounds like an oxymoron, but the prosecution is basically, their argument is, it was so loud, how could you have heard the person's outburst? You see what I'm saying? Oh yeah, Matt Bond. This dude is on a roll, bro. Like, this dude is on a roll. This prosecutor is dropping the ball left and right. I mean, error after error. The judge. Oh man. And everybody here has a Miami attitude. The judge totally has a Miami attitude. She was a chonga. I bet you anything that judge was a chonga. Like back in the day, in high school, she was wearing big hoop earrings. Don't you disrespect me. You're not going to disrespect me, okay?
The jurors are present. State, call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Maximo Rosario.
It was heard by the defense, but that's all it was heard by. I mean, so it's just it's the defense's word against the prosecution and the judges. The judge just shut that shit down. Matt Bond, I didn't think of that, but that's also a really good point. A mistrial would have been a godsend to get a new lead prosecutor. It's only day one.
Is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You can put your hand down and be seated. And when you're seated, please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
My name is Maximo A. Rosario. Last name is Rosario.
And Mr. Rosario, what do you do for a living?
I currently work for the Broward County School Board.
And what do you do for the Broward County School Board?
I'm the current director of classroom technology.
Okay. And how long have you had that position?
4 years.
Are you familiar with Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School?
I am.
And how are you familiar with it?
I was assistant principal there for 10 years.
How long were you an assistant principal?
10 years, over
10 years?
over 10 years.
Okay, when did you start as an assistant principal?
I was appointed in December of 2007.
Okay. Did you have anything to do with the video surveillance system that was set up at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas?
I did.
Please tell us what part you played in it.
So I've done the training, and I was trained by district staff on how to use the system that was installed at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas.
Okay, and when did that take place, sir?
So there was a system already in place, so it was upgraded as time progressed and new buildings were constructed.
Okay, so in February of 2018, were you familiar with how the system operated?
Yes,
And how did it operate?
basically a recorded motion sensor activated and recorded 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Okay, and was there a server?
No,
that,
way different counties.
Controlled everything?
Yes.
And
That
where
was in
the server
Orlando.
located?
The main server was located at the media center in the back.
Casey Anthony was in Orlando. This is in Pembroke Pines.
And how is the server secured?
So it was a room in the back of the media center. Only certain staff had access to that particular room. Inside that room, there was a locked cage with a padlock, and only myself and the microtech had access to that particular lock cage.
Okay, so it was secure.
Yes, sir.
So, and that's the way it existed on February the 14th, 2018?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How does the system, you said the system is motion activated. How does that work?
Basically, when activity happens in front of a particular camera that was distributed around the school, the video surveillance system will start recording that particular activity, whatever it may be.
Okay, and if there's no movement, it doesn't record?
It does not.
Okay. Have you ever done downloads from the server?
I have, yes.
And how do you do that?
Basically, we have a local computer where you can then export from the server into a local hard drive and then transport it to either at that time a CD or flash drive.
Okay, and have you done that prior to February 14, 2018? Had you
Yes.
done that many times?
Yes.
Had it always been proven to be accurate?
Yes, sir.
Time, date?
Correct.
The cameras in the 1200 building, you familiar with the cameras in the 1200 building?
I am.
Were you instrumental in upgrading those cameras?
So they were the newest cameras in the building when they were installed. Our building was constructed in 2009, and they have put in the higher resolution cameras in that particular building.
Okay, let me show you now state's exhibits J and I. I've shown these to the defense, Your Honor.
Okay.
J and I for identification. Let me just show you first I, Mr. Osera, if you don't mind taking a look at that. Do you recognize what that depicts?
Yes.
Does that accurately, truly depict the east entrance to the 1200 building as it existed on February 14, 2018?
It does.
Okay. And I show you State's Exhibit J and ask you, does this photograph, State's Exhibit J, truly and accurately depict the west side doors that existed on February 14, 2018?
It does.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to offer I and J.
Is there any objection?
No, ma'am.
Okay, states I for identification will be received as states 7, and states J for identification will be received as states 8.
I'm going to show you first, Mr. Rosero, State's Exhibit 7. Can you see that on your screen?
I can.
And what does this depict?
That is the east side of the 1200 building.
Okay, and there's 2 double doors I see there, right?
Correct.
Where do they lead to?
Those lead straight into the corridor where the classrooms are.
Okay, on the first floor, obviously.
That's correct.
Okay,
Yes.
and how about the door to my right of it?
So
Okay.
that door goes right into the staircase.
Okay, and I'll show you State's Exhibit. Number 8. And can you tell us what that depicts?
Yes, that's the west side of the 1200 building, front entrance, first floor.
Okay, and those double doors, where do they lead to?
They lead to the main hallway where the classrooms are opposite of the other,
Okay, on the first floor,
on the
obviously.
first floor. Yes.
And how about the door to the right of
The
that?
door to the right leads straight into the staircase.
Okay. Now I want to show you States Exhibits K, L, and M. Mr. Rosero, if you'd be good enough to take a look at these exhibits.
Okay, this one is the west side of the front entrance that you just showed me. That's the inside part of the corridor.
That's K.
This is the center of the hallway as you come into the first floor.
Okay, and that's L.
And this is the interior side of the east door side of the 1200 building.
And they accurately depict the east, central, and west entrance, the east and west entrances in the central part of the first floor hallway.
They do.
And they need to depict where the cameras are.
I can, yes.
Do they depict where the east, central, and
Yes, so the first camera is right over the double doors as you come in. The camera in the center aisle is right over the bathroom doors, past the exit sign, past the smoke alarm or detector that's there. The camera, you can see it facing the east. And then on the east end, you can see the camera right over the door again, facing in.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer States Exhibits K, L, and M.
Is there any objection?
No, no.
Okay, states K for identification will be received as states 9. States L for identification will be received as states 10. And states M as in Mary for identification will be received as states 11.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Rosero, now I want to show you States Exhibit marked 11 that you have identified as, I think you said it's the east entrance door, the interior.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Is that what that is?
Yes, sir.
All right, could you, do you know how to use, I say do you know how to use because I don't. Do you know how to use the, where you can circle it with?
Jesus, dude.
That's it. Okay. What is that?
That is the camera pointing
Okay.
west in the first floor.
And it's facing west?
Yes, sir.
Focusing west. Okay. And that's States Exhibit 11. I'm going to show you States Exhibit 10.
So that is the center view and the camera is located, oh, you moved it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh,
Okay, so the camera's right there.
okay.
Oh, you moved it.
All right.
Facing east.
Okay. And showing you west or east?
Looks like it's facing east.
Okay. And here's States Exhibit 9.
Okay, this is the west side of the building. The camera is located right there.
Okay. So all the three cameras that you identified, east, west, and central, is that the way it is for all three floors?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And showing you States Exhibits N and O, and ask you, Mr. Rosario, if you can identify those.
So these are staircases. I couldn't tell you which one is east or west, but these are the first landing and the second landing. They were both identical, both on the east and the west side of the staircases.
And they show where the cameras are?
They do.
Okay. And did they accurately depict where the cameras were, whether it's east stairwell or west stairwell as it existed on February the 14th, 2000?
It does, yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer States Exhibits O and N.
Is there any objection? Did you say no? Okay, thank you. States N as in Nancy for identification will be received as states 12, and states O for identification will be received as states 13.
Mr. Rosario, I'm now showing you State's Exhibit 13. Can you see that okay?
I can.
Okay, and would you point out for the camera for us?
Camera's located right there.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 12.
Camera.
Right there, okay. And that's the way the cameras were on both the east and the west areas, correct? Okay. How many people do you feel you trained on the surveillance system when you were the assistant principal at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas?
Roughly maybe 20, 25 different people.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Have no further questions of Mr. Rosario.
Thank you. Defense, any questions? Thank you, sir. You're excused. State, call your next witness.
Edward Kessler.
I mean, so we're establishing where the cameras are in the building, but I'm curious as to
Thank you, sir. You can put your hand down and be seated, and when you're seated, please state
like
your
where
full
that's
name
headed.
and
Like, are
spell
they
your
going to
last
show the
name.
footage?
James Edward Kessler, Kessler.
State your name prior.
Thank you, Your Honor. And your occupation, sir?
I'm a systems analyst with the School Board of Broward County.
And what is your training and experience?
My background is managing the video surveillance.
No, that was me. I took a screenshot and sent it to
All right,
Cherry about
familiar with
another
the,
email that I got, Kelsey.
Surveillance system that exists. First of all, how long have you been doing that?
I've been in that capacity approximately 5.5 years.
Okay.
But if you listen
And
carefully,
what-
there's
what
a
are
lot
you
of cameras
doing now?
going on in the court.
Same thing. Were you familiar with the surveillance system that existed in Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School on February the 14th, 2018?
Yes.
And how did the system operate?
It's a computer-based system. There's a large server which sits on campus, which contains all the video recordings. The cameras connect to the computer network, same as phones and computers and other things. And the cameras and the server communicate. And once they sync up, anything that the camera sees is automatically sent to and stored on the server.
Okay.
Now, to answer Michelle's question, you're saying, is that a team of public defenders? It could be. It could be pro bono attorneys that are anti-death penalty, that are, because remember, this is just a trial. He's already pleaded guilty. He's been convicted. This is just a question of whether or not he's going to get the death penalty or not. This is what this trial determines. Because in Florida, the judge does not hand out the death penalty. It has to be decided by a jury, just as well as a conviction. So this is going to determine whether or not he gets the death penalty or not. And it could be not public defenders, but pro bono attorneys who are anti-death penalty activists. So, I mean, I don't know. I'm just speculating, but that's a good question. I've never seen a team of public defenders before. Maybe like two of them, but yeah, this to me seems like it's possibly likely activists.
I want to show you State's Exhibit marked P for identification, Mr. Kessler. Can you identify that?
This is a property pass that I and the FBI signed when they took possession of the server.
Okay, and tell us how that transaction occurred.
We received a subpoena, a warrant.
No. How did it physically go? Not.
We did a normal shutdown on the server like you would any other computer. Disconnected all the cables from it, pulled it out of the rack in which it was installed in, and physically put it on a table and handed it to the FBI.
Okay, and that's a property receipt for the server?
Yes,
Okay, and let me show you, and the server had a serial number?
correct.
And what is the serial number?
JFK 80M2.
Okay.
Whoa,
And show me
JFK.
States exhibits Q, S, and R, and ask you if you can identify those photographs.
These are pictures of the actual server that was removed from the site.
And given to the FBI.
Correct.
Okay.
The serial number matches the property pass.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kessler. Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to offer States Exhibit P, property receipt, and States Exhibits Q, R, and S, the photographs of the server.
Mr. Wheeler, is there any objection?
No objection, Judge.
Okay, states P will be received as states 14. States Q for identification will be received as states 15. States R for identification will be received as states 16. And states S for identification will be received as states 17.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions of Mr. Kessler. Thank you, Mr.
Okay,
Kessler.
Mr. Wheeler, any questions?
No, Judge.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You're excused.
So, I mean, like, what are they trying to establish here? I'm trying to understand what the prosecution is trying to establish here. Because if it's just a hearing to understand, like, whether or not he should get the death penalty or not get the death penalty, it's like, well, I mean, are they... Well, I mean, I guess, yeah. Sorry, I'm thinking out loud because I'm just trying to, like, what's the security footage going to establish? But I guess the security footage can establish whether or not he was just acting in cold blood or not. Or at least help their case to establish whether it was just in cold blood or not. So I'm guessing, yeah. I mean, I guess that it makes sense. To get the jury to actually see the actions of this shooter,
Good afternoon.
it makes sense.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, sir. You can put your hand down and be seated. And when you're seated, please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Carlos M. Costello. Costello is Castello.
And what's your occupation?
I am retired.
I know. When did you retire?
I retired at the end of 2019. Prior to that, I was employed as a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Okay. And how
fucking
long had
be
you been
specific.
a special agent with the FBI?
Approximately 31 and a half years.
Okay. I'd like to call your attention to February the 16th, 2018. Do you remember that date?
Yes, I do.
And did you have an occasion to respond to a certain location?
I did.
And where did you respond to?
I responded to the Marjorie Stone Douglas High School, Parkland.
Okay. And did you obtain anything when you went to Marjorie Stone and Douglas High School?
I was sent there to take custody of the video server at the school.
Okay. And I'd like to show you State's Exhibit Mark 14 that has been identified as a property receipt for the server. Did you recognize that?
Yes, sir. This is the property receipt I filled out for receipt of the school video server.
Okay. And did you sign it?
And that, yes, sir. That's my name, my signature on there.
And has a serial number?
It does have the serial number for the server, yes.
So all of these witnesses lately, the last, like, including this guy, the last 3 witnesses are basically there, what it seems like, to establish the authenticity of the video footage, of the surveillance footage.
Number for the server. JFK80M2 is the serial number for the server. That's the second photograph. And then the last photograph is sort of the back of the server. It shows it's a PowerEdge R530 server, which is consistent with the server that was seized.
Okay. So the FBI took custody of the server.
That's correct.
And where did you all take it to?
It was eventually taken over to the federal building over in Miramar, Florida.
And
the
who?
FBI building.
Sorry.
Miramar.
Yes. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I interrupted you.
No, we took the server was taken by one of the other examiners to the FBI building in Miramar, Florida.
And who was that?
That was Gaston Nieves.
Okay. And he was with you when you collected the server, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Castillo. Appreciate it. No further questions, Your Honor.
No questions.
Thank you, sir. You're excused.
Thank you.
So yeah, this is all just establishing a chain of custody for the surveillance footage in order to make it authentic, to authenticate it, or to establish its authenticity is a better way of putting it. So unfortunately, it has to be done because the burden of proof is on the prosecution, not the defense. So the defense can always just their job is to create doubt in the jury's mind. So the defense could just be like, well, where did the surveillance go after this? Did you get the serial number off of this? Did you get the timestamp correct off of this or that?
Gaston,
The defense can do
Nieves,
all of these things. So the prosecution has to basically eliminate any chance of that
Mr. Nieves,
happening, and it's a
what do
long
you do for a living?
process.
I'm a digital forensic examiner for the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
And how long have you been doing that?
I've been a forensic examiner for 18 years now.
Okay, and what is your training?
I have a bachelor's degree from Florida International University in Management Information Systems. I also have a master's degree from Florida International University as well in Management Information Systems. I'm certified by the FBI to do forensics on Windows machines, Macintosh machines, cell phones, Linux and Unix systems. I also have certifications that are from the SANS Institute, which is like an independent organization that does cybersecurity training. So some of the certifications I hold from them are the GX certified forensic analyst, GX certified forensic examiner, advanced smartphone forensics, as well as incident handling.
Okay, and you indicated that your title is Senior Forensic Examiner?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And do you handle digital forensics?
Yes, sir.
What is digital forensics?
Digital forensics involves collecting, preserving, and analyzing and extracting digital evidence, meaning anything that could come from a digital device. It could be a laptop, it could be a server, it could be a desktop computer, cell phone, an external hard drive, a thumb drive, cameras. So anything that stores information in the digital format, we're tasked with analyzing those sort of items and extracting data in order to assist with the cases.
Okay, and the process that you just described, how many times have you done that in your career?
I've done probably over 1,000 examinations.
Okay. Mr. Nieves, I'd like to call your attention to Friday, February the 16th, 2018. Did you have an occasion to respond to a certain location?
Yes.
And where did you respond to?
I was asked to respond to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas in reference to providing assistance with a search warrant to collect the video surveillance system from the high school.
Okay. And who were you with?
I was with Special Agent Carlos Costello.
Okay. Mr. Nieves, I'd like to show you state's exhibits number 17, 16, and number 15, sir, and ask you if you can identify that.
Yes, these are pictures of the server that was collected on that date.
Okay, and when you collected the server, Mr. Nieves, what did you do?
I was assisted by Mr. Kessler, and one of the things that we did before seizing the server was changing the passwords on the server so that we would be able to access the system in an easier fashion after we would have seized it. And he escorted us to the library, and within the library they had the data center, and within the data center there was a cage that had all the different servers. So he identified the server that it was. We changed the passwords as we needed to, removed it from the cage, and then they gave us a cart, and we did the necessary paperwork for chain of custody purposes, and then we rolled it out.
Okay. And when's the next time you saw the server?
Did you take the server somewhere?
So that night, I took the server back to the Miami field office of the FBI. And on Monday morning was when I started working on the server once again,
Okay,
as far as starting the extraction for what had been requested.
okay. And let me show you now State's Exhibit Mark T for identification. And ask you, Mr. Davis, if you can identify this.
This is the solid storage drive that contains the video that was extracted from the Parkland server.
Okay, and how, the server contained a lot of information, right?
Yes,
Okay, a lot of hours.
yes,
Did you narrow it down when you extracted it to get this exhibit?
correct. This exhibit contains 6 hours on the date of the incident on February 14th, 2018. It runs from 1 p.m. until 7 p.m.
Okay, and did you hand this exhibit to someone?
Yes.
Who did you hand it to?
His name was Ron from Broward Sheriff's Office.
Ron Lowther, is that
Yes,
familiar?
sir. That's correct.
Did you also make another video just like that you sent to Vigilon, to Dan Booth?
Yes.
Do you know who Vigilon is?
Vigilon is the manufacturer of the surveillance system that was installed at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas.
Okay, and did you initial that exhibit in front of you?
Yes, I did.
This exhibit, I'm sorry. Memory's bad. Exhibit T?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the hard drive that you sent to Vigilon Dan Booth, did you initial that also?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to offer now State's Exhibit T.
Okay, states T for identification will be received as states 18, 1-8.
Thank you. Your Honor, I have no other witnesses today.
Okay.
Dan Booth from the Vigilon won't be in town until tonight.
Okay.
Would it be all right with defense and the court, instead of bringing Mr. Nevis back to identify his initials in that hard drive, we sign that?
I don't have a problem with that, Judge.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. All right, if there's any problem, Mr. Nevis, I'll call you, but thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sens.
No question.
Mr. Brewer, do you have any questions?
No
Do you have any questions?
No question.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're excused.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, so I told you our goal would be 5, sometimes a little earlier, once in a while, maybe a little later, but today we're ending around 4:30, so that's good. We're on schedule. I'm not keeping you late like I did a few times, and I apologize again for that. So for tonight, please leave your belongings, not your belongings, but your notepads behind. Please remember, and you're going to be able to probably repeat this verbatim at the end of the trial, because I'm going to tell you so many times, but remember, you may not have any discussion of any sort with friends or family members about the case.
Yeah, like that's going to happen.
Involved, and this includes even your closest family members. They may ask questions of you or make comments to you. You may not discuss what goes on in here in the courtroom with anyone whatsoever, even your spouse,
Okay.
your grandmother, your anybody. You cannot discuss what goes on in here, and this order remains in effect until I excuse you at the end of the trial. So please remember that. Also remember that if for some reason someone were to approach you about this case, whether it be someone you know or otherwise, tell them you cannot discuss it and report it immediately to me. Okay, for tonight,
Defendants are always wearing glasses too. You ever notice that? They always seem to think that it's going to make them look more innocent.
Procedure, where I'm going to ask you to please be here at the same time, 8:30. It takes a while. I know you all are having to go through 2 screening processes. I apologize for that, but we're trying to accommodate you and make it as quick and efficient as possible. So we'll follow the same procedure for tomorrow. I do know that some of you had asked
when we were calling making the reminder phone calls.
I mean,
about
it's being
insurance, some of
televised,
you
like-
asked if you could bring snacks, and that's absolutely fine. You have that jury room back there, and if you want to bring snacks, coffee, anything that you want to bring, that's fine, so that when you're on a break, you can utilize your whatever you brought from home. Is there any questions about the procedure or parking or times or anything to that effect? Okay, you all are excused. Thank you very much, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Right. Exactly. All right. So that's it for that, guys. So yeah, a little bit of drama in the courtroom. That prosecutor is he seems to have kind of gotten his stuff together a little bit, but hopefully he keeps it together throughout the trial, but he almost blew it. I mean, the defense did call for a mistrial. Any chance that the defense gets to call a mistrial, they're going to take advantage of that, I'm sure. But the judge shut that down immediately and did so with like some conviction. She was like, no. I am not calling a mistrial based on that. I didn't hear it. Done. Sorry. Denying your motion for a mistrial. But anyway, guys, I'm going to call it. I don't know if I'll be on at 8:30 a.m., but I will be covering this tomorrow. I love you very much, and we will do this again very soon, my friend.